the September 23rd, 2013 Board of Assessment Review meeting. I would ask everyone to stand and we start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have thank you. We have a call to order and those present here, please.
Mrs. Fuente? Here. Mr. DuPont?
Here.
Mr. Herrick?
Here.
Mr. Peoples?
Here.
Mr. Parkinson?
Here. Thank you. Let's see, we do have a couple items of on the agenda prior to the hearing, the main hearing tonight. We need an approval for the minutes of September 17th of the Board of Assessment Review.
A motion to approve the minutes as presented.
A second. All right, we got a move and seconded. Any discussion? No. All right, all in favor? All right. Abstained. John wasn't here. Before we start the meeting, I'd like to go over just a few housekeeping items to everybody to make sure as you know, those of you who weren't here, we ran into a few technical difficulties last time, so we had to continue it until tonight. First things first, I would ask that, so we don't run into this issue again, is that everyone please take a moment and turn off your cell phones if you have them with you. Vibrate doesn't work. Please cut them off. And so we're not, I have been assured that we will not run into that problem again. However, I'd rather have this hearing tonight and not to reschedule it. One of the other things that we're going to do from kind of the feedback that we got independently is that we're going to have the people who present tonight will be at the podium here. All right, the people, so the presenters themselves, whatever side, will present from the podium. We've asked them to do that. The other, and when they're cross-examined, that can be done from the tables. I also want to remind everyone that this is not a public hearing. This isn't like a planning board open mic time. This is a Board of Assessment Review, and the public is certainly welcome here, but it's not an open mic where you can get up and talk. The process, for those of you who weren't here, we will have the assessor present his case. He has already started presenting a little bit of the case before we ran into our technical glitches. So I spoke with him in council prior to. He is just going to kind of give a summation of where he was, so we don't have to present that whole case. I gave him the opportunity to start anew if he wanted to, but he's going to present kind of like a summary of what has already been presented, so we could everyone could catch up here on the board, and then we'll finish continuing his case. At that point, he can get cross-examined from Attorney Schumadine's table. Following that, the board has, if we have any questions, we will ask questions at that point. After that is, after the assessor has presented his case, then Attorney Schumadine will be presenting his case. It kind of flip-flops the other way around. The assessor and counsel have the right to ask questions after that is presented. We get the right to ask questions following that or any time during the process if we're confused or have any other questions. Then there will be following that, there will be a summation from both sides, and then again the board can redirect and ask questions if we need to, if we want some clarification. And following that, I will close the hearing and we would go into deliberation. So we're starting a little earlier. It could be a long evening. I hope to try to get this all wrapped up this evening, at least all the testimony and from both sides. But certainly, it's very complex. There's a lot of information to be presented, and there's no guarantees. So we're going to try to do our best to get the information out and hear it. Also, it's a reminder that everyone that was sworn in last time, that you are still sworn in, and that you are still under oath, unless there's someone that I need to know that's going to be testifying that isn't sworn in. It's time to tell me now. No? No. Okay. This is being videotaped as well as recorded, so it's important to speak into the mic when you talk, and if it's a yes answer, that it needs to be answered yes, not just a nod of the head, just for the recording purposes. So, I think that's all the housekeeping items I have at this point, and so I would like to continue with the appeal of Attorney Shermadine's, which is, I think, 43 appellants consisting of Pine Point and Higgins Beach. And we'll turn it over to the assessor. Rob, if you could just bring us up to speed where we were, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Appreciate the chance to be back here tonight. In the interim, I had a chance to review the recording that's posted on the website, and I can tell you there's a couple places in there that there were blank spots, and we did sort of lose the flow on a couple of places due to the unfortunate interruption. I wanted to quickly summarize a few things and then put Paul up there and have him just once again show you the primary exhibits that he's put together for you, so we're all back sort of on the same place. My notes indicate that we got through Higgins Beach, we got through the waterfront on Pine Point, and we were starting to move into the interior, or the Pillsbury Shores portion of Pine Point in the presentation. But I wanted to sort of bring us up to speed. It's been a few weeks. I know in talking with both Paul and Bill, we're in the middle of all this, and even when we looked at some of the things here too, we thought it would be a good idea just to bring us all back to what's been presented so far. In the last meeting, Paul introduced himself, and through questioning, we learned that he has 29 years as the assessor here in the town of Scarborough, that he oversaw a revaluation soon after he arrived here in the late 80s or early 90s. And it's not unusual that property values change and things need to be adjusted. Also in his testimony, he focused in on the 2005 revaluation, gave you some statistics and facts related to that. As he spoke about that, although the revaluation was effected in 2005, when the state reviewed that, it wasn't until the 2007 state valuation review, looking back, that it analyzed that sale. I think Paul characterized that revaluation as one that Maine Revenue Service found to be successful. There was a significant improvement, not only in what we've been talking about in the ratio, which is the relationship between an assessment and a sales price. I always put A divided by S as a way of factoring that. So assessment divided by sales price is what gives you your ratio, and also what's known as the quality rating. We gave you the sections of Maine Revised Statutes on that, 326 and 327 of Title 36, and the standards included in that talk about if you have an assessment ratio of 70% or less, it's time to make some adjustments, time to go back and maybe look at that. The target being parity in the assessments, and the target when you do a townwide revaluation or any of these adjustments, which is also the subject of this proceeding, being to have all properties with similar ratios and treated similarly so that the tax burden is equally apportioned. That stems not only from the statute but also from our state constitution. Paul talked about the annual reviews that they do in-house. At the 2005 revaluation was building values were adjusted as well as the land values. Since that 2005 revaluation, what's been adjusted, the subject of adjustments, has been on the land pricing related to neighborhoods. Paul talked a little bit about how, based on sales coming in, analyzing those sales, looking at what they give directions, he's made adjustments both up and down. And that started in 2006. When we came into 2012, Paul gave us some information. We'll go back into that in each of the three areas that we're going to talk about a little bit more here tonight in his direct testimony. He had been tracking sales since that 2005 revaluation to see how those sales give him a target or a tangent or a direction in where the market was going. He made the changes in 2012, and as he showed you last time, when those changes were input, in each of the circumstances we talked about today, the ratio improved to be more consistent with the rest of the ratio in the town, and the quality rating improved. There were adjustments made in 2012, both up and down, in terms of the properties here in the town. Paul said there were 475 properties that were the subject of downward adjustments because he didn't have sales that warranted the assessed values that had been applied to those properties. 276 of those properties were condominiums. Many of those condominiums were in waterfront areas in the town. So the market evidence indicated that in 2011, the land pricing schedules were arriving at assessments that were excessive of where the sales information indicated that those properties should be assessed. And then in the waterfront area, Paul mentioned in his testimony that he adjusted all the waterfront based on the sales, all the waterfront throughout the town. Now, that wasn't the same adjustment across all waterfront. It was adjustments based on neighborhood, based on locations within the town that were applied. And the ones that we talked about here tonight are Higgins Beach, Fine Point, and the Pillsbury Shores. All three different adjustments, but based on waterfront or waterfront influence analysis. And of the properties that were adjusted in 2012, 279 properties, which are the 43 are the subject of this appeal, were adjusted upward. Paul, if you maybe could go up to the podium here, and we'll start with Higgins Beach, and maybe we could change that panel up there to show the Higgins Beach neighborhood, and you could take us through and remind us of your adjustments and the way that you cataloged the sales and what your results were when you applied those sales to adjust your land pricing schedule.
Yes, thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Paul Lesperance. Right now I'm the Special Deputy Assessor for the town of Scarborough. As I had previously testified to in August the 19th, I believe, was when we had the hearing. On that particular map there, that is U1 and U2 of Higgins Beach. Everything in blue is considered waterfront, and those valuations were increased by a factor of 20%. Anything in a green dot that you see on the map is under appeal and represented by Attorney Schumedine. Anything with a red dot is a sale. The first sale, I believe, and you have that sales analysis also, the first sale was in 2006 at Higgins Beach.
And Paul, you're referring to what's been marked in these proceedings as Town 5-A, which is your summary of the analysis of Higgins Beach waterfront sales March 2006 through January 2012.
Yes. And you see there was 4 sales with an assessment ratio prior to the reassessment. The ratio is anywhere from 69 to 85% of market. The final ratio is 79 to 98% of market. And as I previously stated, I felt that I was being conservative at increasing at 20%, and I pretty benchmarked the last sale, which was in January of 2011. It's coming in at 90%, and there was one actually in October of 2011. That new number's coming in at 98%. So I'm below the 100%, still leaving myself a cushion that in case the market turns, property may, start selling for less. Don't know.
And Paul, the reason that you were making these adjustments in 2012 to the waterfront property was because the ratio in the rest of the town was at what level?
It was, I certified at 100%. The state found me to be at, in 2011, I believe the residential was at 103, and in 2012, the residential was at 102. Waterfront was probably closer to 80%. So that was why the adjustment was made, to get them closer to 100%.
Paul, on map number 1 and 2, there's a couple of properties that look to be on the coastal side of Bayview Avenue, and those were not increased. Those look like
Is that
parcels
right
down,
there? Those?
down in there, and also on I think it's map 2?
Yeah, these here.
Yes.
Those are, well, the ones over here are all owned by the people that I assessed in blue. They're all unbuildable. It's all dune grass. They're assessed for like $1,000, I think. That's the assessment. It's all protected land.
74?
Yes. So 74, 73, 72, 71. They're not buildable lots. It's all resource protection. It's all dune grass. And they're owned by these people right across the street from that. Plus that road right there does not exist. Shipwreck, I think is it.
Would that be a paper street, Paul?
And it also on the map it says paper street, so it doesn't exist.
And Paul, there's some down on Cliff Street, further south.
And that's the same. That's all rocks. Cliff Street does exist, but everybody who owns a lot, let's say like 141 owns the lot directly across the street from him, and that again is unbuildable. It's assessed separately, but $1,000 or $2,000, not a very big assessment.
And Paul, returning back to what's been marked as T5A, just so everybody's on the same page, you've identified the 4 sales in Higgins Beach that you picked up, that you were cataloging and following, and these took place from the time period of March of 2006 to January of 2011, or excuse me, 2012?
Yes.
And there were only 4 sales?
Yes.
And what were you attempting to do here by tracking sales back in 2006 and 2008?
Well, you remember I did a revaluation in 2005, and right off in 2006 I had a sale of $1,175,000, and it had an assessment of $816. So right there you could see that waterfront property was selling for much more than the assessment. I didn't change anything. It was just one sale. In 2008, got another one, 75%. Everybody seems to think 2008 was the peak year for real estate. Then things started declining. It's probably true for residential, that it did peak in 2008, and then it kind of leveled off. At waterfront, that didn't happen. It didn't decrease. Hence, you got the 2011 and the 2012 sale. Residential property today is still selling for pretty close to the assessment.
And that's assessment of 2005?
Correct. That's from the assessment date of 2005. So that's why in 2000, I've got properties that sold for more than the assessment in 2008, residential properties. And today, I suspect they would be selling for the 2005 assessment. Those assessments didn't change. They did pay more, but I don't think they could get more than what we're assessing residential property for at the 2005 level. So there was never because the revaluation was in 2005, there was never a major decrease in residential. It just flattened out. That's why we're at 100%, based on current sales data.
Now,
But waterfront wasn't at 100%, so that's why I felt I needed to increase it.
for parity purposes?
Yes, to make things fair and equitable to all taxpayers. If the bottom line is, if I'd have done nothing, I would have decreased the 475 because that needed to happen because I couldn't defend those assessments. The property was selling for less. And I had enough sales saying that I was over-assessing these properties by 15%, so I reduced them to the new sale price. Because if they would have appealed, I would have had to have abated them. And if I'd have done just that, as it stands, the 2012 tax rate increased by 5.5% with everything that I did. If I'd have had just the decreases, tax rate would have probably increased by 9%. So that would have meant everybody in this room would have paid 9% more in taxes, including 8,000 other taxpayers who only paid 5.5% more. They would have paid 9% more. So the equity issue would have been their burden. They would have been paying more than they should have. So that's the only thing that really that made this happen was so that everybody was at least somewhere between 90 and 100% of market value.
Well, one other piece on this Exhibit P5A is the quality rating. And we talked a little bit last time about the statutory standard of a quality rating of 20 or less. Could you just remind the board what that quality rating is and why it's important?
The quality rating is the standard that the state uses to check your assessments compared to sales. And if that quality rating gets anywhere close to 20, then it means your sales, your assessments, there's something wrong with them because the sales data is saying that, you know, either property is selling for way over or way less. So your average ratio, when you compare it to the actual ratio, is causing that deviation to be much higher than it should be. As you can see at Higgins Beach, the quality rating didn't change a whole lot. It went from 6 to 6, but the ratio went from 76 to 89. So the quality rating was okay, but the ratio needed to be adjusted at Higgins.
Is it a fair characterization, Paul, of the quality rating that it's a relationship between the sample? So in other words, a low quality rating means it's a tight sample?
Yes. The closer it is to zero. I guess zero would be a perfect. And I haven't seen one yet at zero. I've come close. Yes, that would make it a better assessment standard, I guess, if you're at zero.
And while this quality rating is stated at .06, this would be 6 if compared to the statutory 20?
Yes.
Is 6 a pretty good quality rating?
Yes. Anything under 10 is considered very good by state standards.
So, Paul, what I'd like to do now is turn your attention to moving down from Higgins Beach, unless the board has any comments or questions at this time related to the Higgins Beach down to Pine Point, which would be...
Rob, I have one.
Sure.
You, on map number U2, where you went over those areas, one was dunes, one was rock. The lots that are 126, 128, 129, I assume, is that beach or...
Yes, that's all dune grass,
No
unbuildable.
dune grass as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
some of that is, I think it is owned by the people across the street. Except for one, you see the state owns a piece there by 125C,
Yep.
and lot 125 is owned by, I believe, lot 125B. He just purchased that as an unbuildable lot.
Thank you.
So now, as you can see on map U21, which is, anything in color is considered Pillsbury Shores. Anything in blue was considered waterfront and increased by a 25% factor. And again, the green dot reflects the appeal, property that's under appeal. The red dot is a sale. You also have an analysis of Pine Point waterfront sales from June of 2006 through April of 2012. I'm assuming you all have that still. It would be labeled, I believe it was 5B, Town 5B. Now from, that's Pillsbury Shores, but the waterfront includes U21, U22, and U23, 3 maps from Pine Point. And that's, here you see it as, we've got them all into one map. All along here is what you consider the waterfront. That's Pine Point. That's the Old Orchard Beach town line right here. So this takes you from Old Orchard all the way to the town pier or the co-op, which would be lot 21. Now those sales, the first sale in that analysis was in June of 2006, and that was 9 Pillsbury Drive, which is right about there, and that was the first $1 million sale at Pine Point. And that was in 2006. The assessment was $1,052,800, and that's from the 2005 revaluation. The next sale that is worth pointing out was the first $2 million sale, which is on 17 King Street, and that was in June of 2007. And that sold for $2,175,000 with an assessment of $1,386,200. So it sold for almost $800,000 more than the assessment. And again, assessments did not change until 2012, even though I had those 2 sales. 2008 got some more, 2009. Everything was selling for more than the assessment except for 2 sales in September of 2010. One was on 12 East Grand Avenue. It sold for $1,175,000. The 2011 assessment was $1,215,000, so it was 103% close. 7 Dunefield sold for $1,250,000. The 2011 assessment was $1,435,000. That was at 115% of market value. So out of 10 sales, the average ratio goes from 64% to 115. 64 meaning that sold for way more than the assessment. If you look at 7 Dunefield, that assessment, the new assessment is pretty close to the old assessment because there was an abatement made to that property after April 1st of 2012. I did meet with the taxpayer. She pointed out a few things to me, and I did end up abating that property. It did, main reason for the abatement was location and size, even though it was waterfront, but it was closest to the parking lot, the highest land value of the three in that subdivision. Her sale price might have had some bearing on it since she paid $1,250,000. Assessment is still higher than the sale price. Other than that, nothing else changed as far as assessments, other than the increase, the 25% increase. So you can see that the average ratio for waterfront at Pine Point on April 1st of 2011 was 81%. Now remember, the rest of the town's at 104% for 2011, or 103%. Quality rating of 14. It's getting closer to the 20. After the adjustments, the April 1st, 2012 average ratio is 97% for waterfront at Pine Point, with a quality rating of 11. So there was an improvement by adjusting the assessments. The ratio got closer to 100, which is what we wanted, and the quality rating improved. Any questions on? I don't know if Rob has any more to say, or?
No, Paul, so just by way of summary, you know, you've got the 2011 average ratio 81, explained that after you made your adjustments, that now comes in at 97. Quality rating went from 14 down to 11. So, in your view, was that improvement in both directions or both categories?
Yes.
Now, Paul, the two sales that are identified here as being higher in their assessment versus the sales price are the last two in September of 2010, and you indicated you abated the property at 7 Dunefield Lane.
Yes.
Is the 4/1/12 assessment that you've listed on Exhibit T5B the abated assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, you dropped the value down by some $3,000 or something?
Correct.
And was the taxpayer satisfied with that adjustment?
Yes. And just on a side note, I considered doing this revaluation in 2011. But then when those two sales popped in, I kind of said, well, and reading about the economy, they said it was still going to, you know, the bubble hadn't burst yet and things were still going to come down. Talking to realtors, talking to appraisers, things weren't appreciating. So that's when I decided, well, I'll wait another year and see what happens. But then I got 3 sales there between January of 2011 and January of 2012, all at 70 or 74% of market value. And that was, you know, to me, eye-opening that I needed to do this in 2012 to get things on an even keel with the rest of the town, that the ratios were not improving to that magnitude. And again, as I stated at the previous hearing, it had nothing to do with raising more money for the town. The budget was approved by the council. What I did not raise one extra dollar for the town of Scarborough. It just changed the shape of the pie or the pieces that people are paying. Yes, waterfront did increase, their taxes increased, but it didn't add $1 to the town's budget. That was approved in May. They tell me how much money to raise. I set the tax rate based on that number. This didn't raise one extra dollar. It just equalized the valuations.
Well, what I'd like to do now is start your testimony on Pillsbury Shores interior sales, which on your chart that you have up there is included in yellow.
Yes.
Before we get to that, down on the left-hand, about halfway down towards Old Orchard Beach, there's some yellow interior lots that I believe were also the subject of an adjustment.
Yes, that's Claudia Way. And the reason they were increased in value, I didn't list them as sales because they're not being discussed, and they weren't included in any of my sales. There was one waterfront was included in the sales ratio study because that was a waterfront. The interior ones are not in this Pillsbury Shores interior sales because those are separate.
So it's a separate neighborhood,
Yes.
Claudia Way?
Yes.
So Paul, if you could take us down through the sales information that you found related to interior lots in the Pine Point vicinity, which
Okay.
is identified on Town Exhibit 5C.
Okay, and as you can see again, you've got the green dots are the lots that are under appeal, and the red dots are the sales. Now, since our last meeting, I did notice that, and I didn't notice it till after the meeting, but lot 78 has a red dot, but I don't believe that's sold. Because it's not in my sales study, and then I went back and checked on the card, and it sold in 2007, so it's not a sale, but on the map it has a red dot.
Okay. So we should remove
You could
that,
remove that red
remove
dot
that.
if you,
78.
and we didn't pick it up when I got the maps back from our GIS person, and I don't think I had a red dot in the original one, but anyway, there was no sale there. So as you can see from this analysis, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you've got 8 sales between June of 2006 is the first one, and December of 2011 is the last one for an April 1st, 2012 assessment, because as you know, time freezes for assessors. The average ratio for 111 was 92%, quality rating of 9. The average ratio in 2012 is 104 with a quality rating of 7. But some of those sales, improvements were made to the buildings after, and that's in the assessments. So when you compare the old to the new, you're coming up with a higher ratio, but they improved the building after the fact. Like 24 Pillsbury Drive, they paid $635,000. The April 1st 11 assessment is $561,500. The new assessment is $67,500, but we added $46,700 to the building, and that's in that $677,500. So if they'd have done nothing, the assessment would have been at probably 100%, not 107%.
Are you saying that was improved, Paul?
Yes, the building was improved. And there was one other one that we excluded from the sale, from the map, and that's U21 lot 97 that has a red dot, and that was a sale. But it was a land sale. The building was demolished and has been totally replaced for I believe it was for 2013, Sue, or 2012. Was that 2013? Yes, because the building was demolished after April 1st. That property did sell for less than the assessment. Discussing it with the new buyer, he didn't call me until I believe it was in September, and I wish he had called me before, because it was a concrete block building that was always kind of didn't fit the mold, and he bought it. He stayed there for the summer, and then demolished it in the fall and started constructing a new building. This is in the fall of 2012. The new building was assessed for April 1st, 2013. I did end up abating the building by 50% for 2012, because he did use it for the summer. He said it wasn't that great, but he did use it. So I abated it 50%, and then would have removed it, of course, for 2013 if he hadn't have done anything else. And when you look at that selling price and you take the building out of the equation, the assessment's right in line at 100%. As far as looking at it as a land sale.
So, Paul, you mentioned two properties that, in comparing the 411 assessment with the 412 assessment as identified here, the problem in doing so is that there were material changes to the property
Correct.
between the time when it sold and the time when it was reassessed?
Yeah, it's 24 and 18. But 18, we did adjust it to reflect, as you see that little asterisk, it says this is the current property assessment. The building was being remodeled on April 1st, 2012, and the assessment was $686,300. So you see it sold for $925,000. It was assessed for $728,900. On April 1st of 2012, the assessment was $686,300 because the building was completely gutted out. And they, that one's a little interesting because they paid $925,000, and they put in, according to what they told me, they put in $300,000 into the building. And this is an interior lot, right across from the waterfront. So they've got $1.2 million invested. And our new assessment with the new building is $890,700. Somebody mentioned that they probably should have knocked the building down or demolished it. And if they would have done that, then I'd be looking at a land sale of $925,000 on an interior lot. We didn't do that. And we won't unless we get more sales like that, but.
So, Paul, on Exhibit T5C, where it says the current property assessment, that's the 2013 assessment
Yes.
for comparison purposes? So in other words, the $890,700 really isn't the 412 assessment.
Correct.
It's the current assessment.
The 412 assessment was $686,300. We dropped it from, the 411 assessment was $728,900. We increased the land value by approximately 17% and dropped the building value because it was a shell of a building on April 1st. So we had to bring the building value down. We had it at, I don't remember what percentage complete, maybe 20 or 30% complete on April 1st. That's how we have to assess property. By summertime, they were there, but on April 1st, it was a shell of a building. They completely renovated it.
So, can I ask?
Go ahead.
Just so I understand that, they bought it for $925,000. The assessment was $728,900.
Correct.
You did abate it to $686,300 because of the building?
I didn't abate it. I increased the land value by 17%, like I did for everybody else on Pillsbury Drive. But on April 1st, we reassessed the building.
You reassessed the building to less because it was gutted out,
Because it was gutted out.
to a value of $686,000.
To a total, yes, a total of $686,000.
And now the new assessment is $890,000
Correct.
for a property they bought for $925,000.
Correct.
And are they appealing this as well?
I believe so.
Okay.
18 Pillsbury, I think, is a green dot.
May I ask a question?
Yes, it is.
Green and red, yeah.
May I ask a question, please? You mentioned in this instance and in another instance that you had a sale of a building that was, torn down or if this were torn
Renovated.
down. Would you factor in the cost to demolish the building if you were to look at it as a land sale?
I've seen appraisals where they've, yes, that gets factored into the cost of the purchase, because if you're paying $500,000 and then you're paying another $50,000 to demolish the building, it's actually the land value, it's not into the building value. So now the lot could be considered, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And
And
Paul, just,
also on, those two, the sale at 18 Pillsbury and 24 Pillsbury both took place in 2011. And both, one was at 88% of market and one was at 79% of market. So that's, overall, those valuations, the land increased by 17, but when you factor in the different buildings, the overall increase was somewhere between 10 to 12%, depending on how high the building value is. So, those two kind of made me relook at Pillsbury Drive. They helped in reassessing Pillsbury Drive, the interior.
Paul, is there anything further on 18 or 24 that you'd like to advise on?
I don't think so, not at this point, not that I can remember.
Understood. It's fun up at the podium, right? So the adjustments that you included in your analysis took the ratio from about 92% overall, average ratio, to 104 after your adjustments. And the 104 ratio is to be compared with what ratio, Paul? Just to test the reasonableness of your adjustments.
So the residential ratio was 103. So it's in line with the residential ratio.
And then the quality rating went from a 9 to a 7?
Yes.
And so in other words, the banding of the sample size was a little tighter after you made your adjustment?
Yes.
And is it true that a tighter banding of the quality rating indicates a stronger rationale for the adjustment that's made?
Well, it means that the tax base is more fair and equitable when that quality rating improves.
And I'm sorry, you said the residential rating at this time was 103?
103,
Thank you.
based on the state sales ratio.
Okay. Thank you.
Paul, that's all I have on the interior sales of Pillsbury, unless there's anything else that you wanted to add, or if the board had questions that they wanted to bring at this time. Anything from the board?
I don't think so here at this point.
Well, what I'd like to do is turn back to some other, I'll call them broader principles of assessment practices. And what I'd like to circulate now, we circulated earlier what was marked and accepted in this proceeding is this Town 4, Exhibit 4, which is the summary of the 2013 state valuation. And since we broke last time and this hearing reconvened, the town received the preliminary 2014 state valuation, which I'd like to have circulated at this time, and then have you tell us a little bit about that document. I think everybody's got it now, Paul. If you could just introduce us and talk broadly, if you would, about the annual process of state valuations first, and then in light of that, tell us what this document is and how it compares to Exhibit T4, which was previously admitted in this proceedings, which I will summarize as the one-sheet summary of the report of assessment review for state valuation 2013.
Could you just hold on until we get to that T4? I was just going to ask
Okay.
you where that T4 was.
T4 looks exactly like the second page of T4A, except that the column on the right ends with the 2013 year.
Okay.
Oh, it was, okay. It wasn't. Do you mind if we share? No, absolutely not.
One second. Okay, thank you. Well, you can...
You all set?
Yeah.
So, as you can see in, what the town has labeled T4 is the, it's the 2011 taxable property. It's as of April 1st of 2011. It's the 2013 state valuation, which, state's always 2 years behind as far as state valuation goes. You can see the, residential average ratio was 103%. Waterfront was 100. Residential ratio was 103 with a quality rating of 11. Waterfront average ratio was 100% with an assessment rating of 15. Condominium was 105 with an assessment rating of 4. When you compare that to 2014, after the adjustments were made, and I guess I misspoke earlier, the average ratio in 2014 was 102, not 103. When you're comparing that to the 104, the interior of the Pillsbury Shores. I think I had said 103, but it was actually 102. Got confused with 2011. So the average ratio for residential was 102, and that's based on the state does their own sales ratio study, looks at all the sales in town, determines this ratio with a quality rating of 10, improved it slightly, ratio improved, quality rating improved without, some of the decreased assessments would have come up in this residential study, because out of the 475 or so decreases, some of them were residential. So there was a couple subdivisions. So that would be reflected in this study. The waterfront, the average ratio was 99% with a quality rating of 14. Previous year was 15. The water influence sales are in that study because the state looks at, it doesn't just look at water influence, they look at waterfront, water influence, it's all in one study when they come up with an average ratio. They don't separate them. And then the condos, you see, and if you look at the 2014, you can see 2013 and 2014 right side by side. Because they repeat it for us. The state does, whenever they submit it. So you see that the average ratio in a condo was 105% for the 2013 state valuation. And in 2014, which is the 2012 tax base, it was 102%. Again, the quality rating increased slightly to 5 from 4, but it's still well within 20. And then on the bottom, you see the certified ratio, which is 100%, which is what I certified to the state.
Paul, go ahead.
And the state does review, does do this every year. They, this year he probably spent a little more time there than in previous years, but he spends at least a day or two looking over what I did for that year. He'll check, make sure that I'm not adjusting just properties that sell. If you did that, then your quality rating would be very good. They don't like you doing that, and I've never done it in 29 years, so. And it's been the same tax rep for 29 years that I've been the assessor, that he's been reviewing the town of Scarborough.
Paul, on the front page of Town Exhibit 4A, there's a cover letter here, and the first thing that jumps off the page to me is that this is a preliminary 2014 state valuation. Is this subject of some further refinement or adjustment?
Only if, we as a town would want to appeal it. If we felt that, the total value of $3,579,450 was not correct for the town, based on I've only had to appeal it once because they removed, we had a TIF, and this was probably 10 years ago, and they didn't allow it. So they added it, because a TIF gets excluded from the tax base. It's a tax increment financing valuation, so they get excluded for state valuation purposes, which helps the town, because the higher your state valuation is, the less you get in state aid, and also affects education funding, because if your valuation's too high, then they think you're tax rich and you don't get as much aid. So we try to keep that number. The state is fairly conservative when they do this, but we are the third highest valued town in Cumberland County, and I believe we're in the top 5 or 6 statewide, but only Portland and South Portland are valued higher. And in the last 10 years, we've creeped closer to them. Our state valuations have increased by more than Portland and South Portland on a annual percentage. So that's the only time you can appeal. That's why it's preliminary. It'll be finalized, I believe, in December, and it's submitted to the legislature, and then that's what's used for education funding and state aid, and I don't know if there's anything else they use it for.
County taxes.
County tax, oh yes, county tax, yeah.
And Paul, though this is called the preliminary 2014 state valuation, the data set that this analysis relies on is for what sales in what time period?
They use sales from July of 2011 through June of 2012. That 12-month sale period.
So those sales would be around the date of valuation that's the subject of these proceedings, a little before and a little after?
Yes.
And as you look at the results of the 2014 preliminary state valuation, down at the lower section of that first sheet, residential study, waterfront study, condominium study, the trend in each of those, if you could just comment on those?
Well, as you can see, the trend is improving in that it's getting closer to 100%, which is good. Part of it is, like I said, I adjusted some residential properties, but we are seeing sales data where the sales, residential sales, the property is selling for closer to the assessment, a little bit more for the most part, which is good. And the same, well, waterfront has always been a good market. Commercial is holding its own. The activity is not as, you know, it's limited when you get sales, but the sales have been, for most part, more than the assessment or close to the assessment.
And Paul, the data points or the studies that show where these numbers under the 2013 column came from are the later pages of this exhibit, are they not?
Yes, that's the ratio studies for the 2014.
And while it's not our intent to go into the details of the ratio studies, have you had a chance to look at those?
I have, and you know, the state does this study independent of me. We do discuss sales that we may have excluded because of either the building might have been incomplete, so it skews the ratio. So we have an option to make that an unusable sale, and I have this discussion with the state rep to make sure that, you know, I'm not excluding sales that I just don't feel should be in there. Sometimes I include some that he feels they shouldn't be in there. So it's it's independent and has nothing, you know, it's based on our assessments. They get all the sales data. So it's independent from anything we do, as far as coming up with the study.
And Paula, would I be remiss in characterizing the state's annual review and creation of a state valuation document as your, in essence, their review and certification of your assessment?
Yes,
I would be remiss, or would that be accurate?
that'd be accurate.
Thank you. I know you're probably a little tired up there.
Because if they'd have found any discrepancies in my assessments, they would have let me know, and it would have been in this. The report probably wouldn't have been issued until something was corrected, or I've been letting, you know, they'd let me know that what's wrong with the tax base, and they didn't do that. So they've upheld the whatever I did in 2012.
Well, Rob, do you mind if I ask him a quick question while we're on?
No,
the-
please do.
Thank you. Just so I can clarify, Paul, the T4 and the T4A is a document that's produced by the state, totally independent of you.
Yes,
Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And the 2014 year that we have there, the preliminary, is based on the, as it says in the letter, the property as of April 1st, 2012.
Correct.
But that 12 months goes past April 1st, 2012.
State does. I don't.
Okay, but it does.
It does.
These numbers do.
These numbers do. The state always, and I don't know if it's because of, well, it's the town's, I don't know, it's always been that way. They go from July to June. They don't go from April to March.
Okay. And you broke down, you went through this report, and you were talking about, you know, the residential, the waterfront, the condominium, and from 2012 to 2013, and the assessment rating. But you didn't mention this weighted average. Could you explain that a little bit for me?
The weighted average is the average of all the sales in their study. So I believe they had 270 sales, and that's the weighted average. Well, every sale from the first one to the last one, that's the average, the weighted average.
Did they total them up? I mean, it's different averages, right?
Correct.
total them all up
They
and
total it up, and they come
divide
up with
by the number, or
101.
they take the middle one? Which one do they?
Well, the average ratio is what you would consider the middle one. But the weighted average is all of them, from the sale 1 to sale 270.
So, Paul, if we turned, for example, to the sale that's, I believe, 3 pages from the back of Town Exhibit 4A, which is the waterfront and water influence study, perhaps it would be easier to illustrate the response to the chair's question. So in this one, as I see this, there's a total of 32 sales, correct?
Yes.
And the 32 sales for the weighted average would include all 32 sales. Am I right?
Correct, yes.
And the average ratio would take that center band from sale 6 to 27 and look at that.
Yes.
And as I understand it, and let me know if you agree or disagree, the top portion and the bottom portion are the outliers in the sample.
Yes.
And so those aren't used in the average ratio or in the quality rating, are they?
Well, they are in equality because the average ratio, they're in there.
Okay. And then when we talked about this deviation and the average deviation, there, if you go down to average deviation and you go up to the top and you go all the way over to the right.
That 441 is divided by 32 to come up with the average, the quality rating.
Right, and the 441 would be the total of all the deviations in the entire sample, 1 to 32.
Of all 32 sales, yes.
Right, and divided by that gives you your average deviation.
Yes.
And then your quality rating, as I understand it, is your average deviation divided by your average ratio. So in other words, it's looking at that center sampling point
Yes.
in greater detail.
Yes.
And you can see there that the average deviation arrived at above 14, right, would be divided by the average ratio, right, of 99%,
Correct,
and it would give you your quality rating of 14.
correct. And this again is a study that includes, all water influence sales in Scarborough in that time frame, July of 2011 through June of 2012. There are some waterfront ones and some interior ones.
And Paul, the difference between the studies that you did, that you just presented to the board for Higgins Beach and Pine Point waterfront, those are subsets of what the state does, are they not?
Yes,
But the
Because
state does a bigger flyover, if I understand it?
yes. The state includes, they don't segregate waterfront and interior for state valuation purposes. They know that I do, whenever I do a revaluation, I don't use interior sales to value waterfront property. Never have, in any revaluation that I've done. Those are totally separate markets. Just like I've never used Higgins Beach sales to value Pine Point, or Prouts Neck sales to value Higgins Beach or Pine Point. They're all separate markets and valued by what happens in those markets. So the interior, for state purposes, they do 497 municipalities statewide using this same methodology. They don't have the time to break out neighborhoods like I do in my town or anybody else's town. When we do a revaluation, the reason we do it is because the sales are telling us that the assessments are no longer valid. If the state says I'm at 60, if the state ratio, and if you look at 2004, which was the year before the revaluation in 2005, I think the state said the residential ratio was at 68%. So I guess I could have said, all right, I'll just increase everybody by all the residential property by 32%, and that'll take care of it. Would not have taken care of it. Some parts of town were probably at 40%. Some parts were maybe at 70%. So not everyone's value increased by the same percentage. We look at areas of town. You've got Scarborough it's not unique, but I've always felt there's three parts of town. You have east of Route 1, takes you to the water. You got between Route 1 and the Turnpike, that's one market. And then you got the rural, everything on the other side of the Turnpike. No water and sewer, it's all wells and septic, entirely different markets. Some land values doubled in 2005. Some didn't, based on those areas, neighborhoods, whereas the state doesn't do that. The state says a residential study, that includes everything. East of Route 1, in between Payne Road and the Turnpike, and the rural zone. Those sales are all in that study to come up with that average ratio. But when you do a revaluation, you look at your neighborhoods and adjust accordingly.
And just so we're all square, Paul, on your idea and the concept of a neighborhood, is this something that assessors routinely use
Yes,
to arrive at values within a locality?
yes, or they should if they don't. But
And is a neighborhood defined by the types of property?
not necessarily the type, but the location, the zone, and the market. Neighborhoods have changed over the years. One of the areas I decreased in 2012 with a fairly large subdivision in the rural zone. Minimum lot size is 2 acres. In 2005, the base lot was $100,000 in 2005. That was the new. It went from, I believe, 80 to 100,000 for the home site. That particular subdivision, I brought it up to 120,000 because the sales were showing that I needed to. But by 2012, I had to reduce them. Now they're down to, that's the reduction I made, is I brought them down to 100,000 because of the sales. So neighborhoods change from revaluation to revaluation based on the sales activity that I'm seeing in those neighborhoods. And I don't want to, it's not, I hope I'm not complicating things, but we look at sales data townwide. For 2012, I looked at sales data townwide. I went map to map to make sure that either I was going to decrease or increase the assessments that I needed to. So technically, I feel I did a full revaluation, but the residential market was pretty close to 100%, so I didn't need to change a lot of them, just certain pockets that were saying they were overassessed. There weren't any residential assessments that I increased except for a couple little, I corrected some subdivisions. Because planning changes things for you too. In a rural zone, there was a recent subdivision that, okay, it calls for 2 acres, but they approved this particular subdivision. Most of the lots are less than an acre because they have this open space land that the taxpayers can't build on, and that was messing up my my land curve because if I assess an acre at 100,000 and the second acre goes in at 5, so let's say the land value is 105. If it's less than that, you know, the first acre might be 78,000 if it's 0.80 acres, and they were selling for 125, 135. So I had to change the formula for those subdivisions because it was skewing my sales.
So what you're describing, Paul, is an adjustment based on sales to your land pricing schedules, and each year, when you look at these sales, are you reflecting on the categorization and the qualities of a neighborhood and the land pricing and seeing if there's indications that suggest trends?
Yes, but I wouldn't change things annually. I like looking at least a couple years of sales activity before I increase or decrease an assessment, so that if I did it annually, then people's assessments would be jumping all over the place. I like to wait at least 2 or 3 years before changing things to make sure the market is telling me what it's telling me. Makes it fairer for everybody and for me.
Well, unless there's some questions that the board might have of, on Exhibit T4 or T4A, I'd like to change a little focus of your attention here and make sure we cover some of the exhibits that we've previously advanced to the board. I'd like you to take your attention to what's been marked in this proceeding as Town Exhibit 6. Do you have that before you, Paul?
Yes.
And the first page of Exhibit 6 is a memorandum that you sent to the Town Council in August of 2012. Second page, August of 2011, similar type of memorandum. And the last page in that exhibit, August 31st, 2010. And if you could just describe what these memos are and the purposes of, or the purpose that you submit them to the council on an annual basis.
Well, can I just hold you up a minute
Yeah.
so we catch up with those
Sure.
with those exhibits, please? Am I correct?
That's it, yeah.
You guys all set? Okay, thank you very much.
Before we were making sure that everybody was on the same page here on Exhibit T6, I characterized the document as 3 memoranda, right, that you submitted to the either the council or the town manager, it looks to both, in connection with the tax rate and tax commitments. If you could just describe the nature of each of those 3 memoranda and the and what you're reporting there and why you do it.
Okay. Every year, usually around the same date, because I usually commit taxes sometime around that last week of August. I also write this memo to the town council to let them know what this tax base is, how it's changed, and of course what the tax rate is. In 2012, I showed them that, we had estimated prior to during budget time, they always ask me for an estimate of new value. So when they're calculating the rate, they have some idea of what the actual tax rate's gonna be. We try to be conservative with that number because I don't wanna make it too high, because if I come in lower, that means the tax rate's gonna be higher. So that year, we estimated 15 million in new value. As it turned out, we added 19.5 million. Real estate was 15.5, and I added an extra 4 million in personal property.
And that's new value in the real estate from new construction, Paul, right?
Yes, new construction, new subdivisions, and the personal property was either a new business in town. One of them was one of the big, Cole Haan, I believe that was the first year that they had moved from Freeport or Yarmouth, or I can't remember where they were, to Scarborough. So that was a sizable increase, which helped that 4 million, because most of the time personal property is kind of a break even. Personal property depreciates every year, and it's based on original cost. So that was kind of the bonus. And then in that next paragraph, I pretty much describe what I did as far as changing the assessments. The council has nothing to do with my assessments. I don't even know if I told them in the spring that I was doing this. This was my letting them know, and I came to the meeting. If they had any questions about the commitment, they could have asked me. I don't think they did. And then it shows the total taxable value for 2012, which was, a little over $3.6 billion. In 2011, it's basically the same, just detailing a few different things. I think the rate, we increased the rate a little bit higher, and for the following reasons, and it says because we made the overlay a little bit higher. We added a new credit enhancement, and we received less money from the Betty program than we had anticipated. And the valuation changes were about what we had predicted. And the memorandum in 2010 pretty much just says what the tax rate is, what the increase was. So it's just my way of letting the council know what I committed for that year, and I've done this every year for the 29 years that I've been here. So it's nothing new.
So this is basically the routine results of your work in getting the tax rolls together, committing the taxes, as you indicated, in August of each year, and reporting to the council how that's coming to be. In some of your opening remarks, Mr. L'Esperance, you indicated that you didn't have anything to do with the revenues or the expenses or the budget process, other than advising on where the values might be coming in?
Yes.
And then it's your job as the assessor to arrive at what you think is the true and honest value, and equally apportion that amongst all classes of property for your commitment, is it not?
Yes.
And then based on what you commit, and based on what they intend to need to raise to make the budget, then that calculates into the mill rate?
Yes.
Raise the necessary revenues to support the activities of the town?
Yes.
No further questions on number 6. I wanted
One
to...
question,
What's that?
if I could ask
Sure.
one question.
Please do.
Paul, when you say new value to the town, is that just for new construction, or does that include increases in value, or is it just when they ask about new value?
In 2012, that was just new value,
Just new,
before the decreases and increases.
okay, so that's just an increase in the town's value because of new construction
Correct.
type thing.
And in other years, it may have been, it was new construction, but there may have been some decreases.
Mhm.
There were some areas of town that got decreased
Okay,
in other years.
thank you.
Any other questions from the board on, before we move on from 6?
I think we're all set.
What I'm circulating now has been marked as Town Exhibit 9, and I'll describe it as the transmittal email sent to the assessor's office to Mr. Healy's attention. And then we'd like to have Paul discuss what I circulated last week and had delivered to the board members and to Mr. Schumedine, which has been identified as the review of the 2012 tax assessment, Scarborough, Maine, and we've labeled that for purposes of this proceeding as Town Exhibit 10. I think you can do it quick. Want to do it quick? Paul, as it indicates in Town Exhibit 9, it was Friday, August 23rd, when the what's been marked in this proceedings as Town Exhibit 10 was made available to the town. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to take a look at Town Exhibit 10?
Yes, I have.
And is there anything that you'd like to advise without going into any great detail about Town Exhibit 10 as a report?
Well, as far as the state reviewed everything that I did in 2012 and supported what I did in 2012. I didn't break any laws. They don't feel I discriminated. If you look on that first page, it is the opinion of this appraiser based on the facts and information detailed below that the 2012 assessments employ sound and acceptable mass appraisal techniques and methodology. No individual areas or categories of property appear to be inequitably assessed in comparison with others. That conclusion is supported by the levels of equity and consistent ratios derived from the sales ratio analysis that are part of this review. So he reviewed everything that I did extensively. That's why he spent a lot of time, more time than he usually does on state valuation, because he knew there was some controversy going on. It took us a while to get this report. As you see, it was dated August 5th. We didn't get it until August 23rd. It was a little political delay, maybe, I don't know, but it took a while to get here. But it supports everything that I and my staff did in 2012.
Thank you, Paul. It's not our intent at this point in time, through you, Paul, to go through the analysis that Mr. Rogers provided here. We're going to wait on that until a little bit later in the proceedings and work with Mr. Healy on that, since he's the one who had the actual direct communications with Mr. Rogers and who also had a chance to review this document coming to him now as the full-time assessor. So we're going to reserve further testimony on T10 until that time. Okay. Paul, I don't have any other questions of you at this time, and you're direct. I don't know if you have anything else that you'd like to apprise the board of or the members assembled here, the community, about your work and what you did in terms of the adjustments, but I'll allow you to do that at this time.
No, I'd say for now I'm fine. Thank you.
And at this point, I think we have presented sort of the outline of where we are and how the assessment came to be. We'll reserve Mr. Healy's testimony until after we hear from the taxpayers. That would be our intent.
Okay.
To the chair.
Attorney Schumedine? Sorry.
Can I suggest maybe a 5-minute break or something?
Yeah, we'll hold that before we,
Yes, thank you.
before the Attorney Schumedine. Yeah. Do you have any, how many questions that you want to do now? Do you want to take a break, a few short break before we do that? Or do you want to, before you present your own case as well, or?
I have a number of questions to present to the assessor, and I think it will probably take a fair amount of time. So if we're going to take a break, maybe it would be better to take a break now rather than later.
Fair enough. Then we'll do that. we'll take a, what do you think, a 10-minute? We'll take a 10-minute recess. in, continue with, this Attorney Schuman, I want to do some cross-examination of, the assessor at
That's
this
right.
point?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right, good evening, Paul.
Good evening.
First thing I'd like to just get clarified for me, and for the board, if you would. I think you've testified in prior proceedings that the Great Recession has not impacted Scarborough. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you testified that for the majority of properties, they were selling for more than your assessment or more, leading you to believe that although the Great Recession may have impacted other places, it really hasn't had any impact on Scarborough property values.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to just sort of explore that issue a bit. Hopefully works. And, yeah. I don't know how to get it on the screen behind you. Is it this?
Is an on button? I don't know how either. They just said there's an on button.
Let's say,
He's right there.
Come right behind you.
no, over there. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, in any event, we can see it on the monitors, so. Okay, all right. All right, so I'm going to show you a series. All right, Paul, I'm going to show you a series of exhibits that are on the monitors. They're exhibits that are marked as A30. The first one is report of assessment review. And it shows 3 years, 2004, 2005, and 2006. Okay, can you see that, Paul?
That handheld doesn't seem to be working.
It should be on. I didn't,
Bear with us there.
I want to apologize. I didn't mean to make it more complicated.
We'll straighten it out here. John, while we're waiting, John, did you say 8:30?
830, yes. They're all state tax reports that the appellants submitted have been marked as collectively as 830.
I believe I have a paper copy of what you're talking about, so go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, does that have a Bates number on it of 202 at the end?
Yes, it does. The first one has, and then,
Just want to make sure we have the same up
830.
here, John, so just a second, because I
Sure.
can't see that at all. That's the property tax division report of the assessment review on your list of things here. Is that correct?
Testing,
Yes,
testing.
and you'll see on the top, right-hand corner, it has a Bates number that ends 202. Bates number is the, long series of numbers right there, 1, 202. It's,
Okay.
Behind the picture,
Do you have it?
your stuff in order? Yes, it's behind.
Which grouping?
They provided a series of pictures, it's beyond
it's just past the pictures.
the packet.
First packet?
No, it's not in with the map.
All I see is a property card.
Yeah, we provided a series of maps, and then with property cards after the maps. And then after that, there is a series of pictures of property. And then we get to, this section, including a memo from Paul, and then the, text. That's all you got? No, this is the thing I replaced my original.
Alan?
That was the original submission.
You can take one
I mean, that,
Ours, and we'll share.
Great. I don't have it either. See, this is the time it's being put for good use. I have a copy of yours, but I don't have mine. You can give it to me.
I see it.
There it is.
It's coming.
There it is, okay.
All you needed was a 10-year-old, we would've been all set.
Do you have yours?
Yes, I did. I found in the first packet. I find in the second packet. Yep. Hit the tail end. Pictures.
All right,
That's in the first one.
so it's behind you now. And up. Okay, so this is the, state report, is it not? From, showing 3 years, 2004, 2005, 2006, is that correct, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, and as you'll notice, the, lines 1 and 2 are called state valuation and amount of change, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look and blow them up, you see there's a trend, 2004, 5, and 6. And what does it show on the amount of change? It shows that there is basically, you know, 300 million increase each year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we look at the next one. Have I got this right? This is 2005, 6, and 7. Is that right?
Yes.
So this is repeating years from the prior one as well, but it's adding one at the end. It's adding 2007 at the end.
Which would be the 2005 assessment year.
Correct, right. And if we look at the valuation, you again see 300 million, 380 million, 334 million, 382 million for various percentages of increase. And that's the total valuation of properties in the town. Is that correct?
Correct.
According to the state. Okay, we go to the next one. Now this adds the 2008 state valuation. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I got it here, but I can't see it that well from, it looks like 2008, yes.
Okay. So let me blow it up for you. All right, and again, we're seeing in 2006 and 7, that's repeating what was on the prior one, is that right?
Correct?
Okay, and 13% roughly both of those years.
Correct?
And then in 2008, we see an 8% increase, only
Yes.
$275 million.
Yes.
Okay, we go to the next year. And this adds 2009 state valuation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, 2009 state valuation only shows a $32 million increase, is that right?
Yes.
So less than 1% of increase.
Yes.
Okay, we go to the next year, which adds 2010 state valuation, and there we see $57 million, which is a 1.61% increase, is that right?
Yes.
And the next year is 2011, and we see a $56 million decrease, is that right?
Yes.
A 1.56% decrease.
Yes.
That's in the total value within the town,
Yes.
and these are real estate values.
And personal property. So if we could look at the detail, it might not all be real estate, it might be personal. I'm not sure. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay? We'll look at the next one, and we'll blow that up one again. We see another decrease, is that right, for 2012?
Yes, so 0.21%, correct.
Right.
Less than 1%.
Okay.
And these
So
are,
the state valuation reports are showing that over a series of years, the total value of property in the town has been decreasing in the last 3 or 4 years. Is that correct?
by about 1 or 2%, yes.
So that's in contrast from prior years where it was increasing by as much as 13%. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I don't have it on the screen, but I believe we just saw the exhibit marked T4A. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
No.
All right, good. All right, do you have T4A in front of you now?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to the second page of that exhibit. Is the board up there as well?
Yes.
I don't have it to...
Yes. T4.
T4A. All right, second page. And this is shows tax years 2000, or the years rather, 2012, 2013, and 2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in 2013, there was again a decrease in value throughout the town, right?
Yes.
And it was a 2.2% decrease.
2.09, yes.
Okay, and in 2014, there actually was an increase in value, but it was only 2.78%.
Correct. Which is the April 1st, 2012 assessment year.
So to review, what we have up on the screen shows that in 2009 and 2011, and to combine that with T4A, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm trying to go do math in my head as I speak. So the 2011 state value on the screen is actually the 2009 tax year, is that correct?
Yes.
So in 2009, the value is decreasing. So in 2012, it's a 2010 tax year. The value is decreasing again, is that right?
It decreased in the 2012, which, yes, the 2012 state valuation is the 2010 tax year.
Okay.
Decreased by .21%, less than 1%.
Okay, and in 2013 on T4A, we see a continuation of the trend. This is for 2011. State valuation is decreasing by 2% in that year.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your comparables that you've provided to
If
the
I
board...
can, you
no,
started...
I'm sorry. I'm
you-
sorry, Paul. Your attorney will have a chance to ask you additional questions if he desires, but it's my cross. I get to ask you the questions. Okay?
Yes.
Now, we're going to turn to the comparables that you've used in this case. And I believe these are all T5. T5A, B, and C. Is that correct? I got the right exhibit number.
Yes.
Hold on, John, till we catch up with you here.
Absolutely.
All right.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, in T5A, that's Higgins Beach, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you have sales, 4 sales. Each sale, there are 2 sales for each tax map, that's right as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, I'll put those up on the screen. So this is T5A. Okay. So you have sales from March '06 and April '08 up here. That's correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that if the Great Recession did impact Scarborough properties, it would not be proper to use sales in 2012 that come from prior to the recession in 2008 and 2006?
But I don't feel there was a recession.
I'm not asking you if you, we've already established you feel there was not a recession. What I'm asking you is, if there were a recession that impacted Scarborough, would it be proper to use '08 and '06 and '07 and '09 sales?
If the property was selling for less than the assessment, I'd be reducing values.
Okay,
Since
but
I don't feel there was a recession, I don't know if I can answer that question. I don't know what you want me to say. I guess say it, and then I'll tell you yes or no.
All right, well, wouldn't it be a standard assessing and appraising principle that if there has been a significant change in the market, that you don't look to sales that occurred prior to the significant change in the market? Is that accurate?
If there was a significant change to the market, that's accurate.
Okay. Okay, now I next put up one of my maps, which is actually Exhibit A11.2. And it's tax map 02, oh actually no, sorry, it's A10.02. And it's tax map number 1. The entirety of tax map number 1. And these show the 2 sales that are on tax map number 1, is that correct?
Yes.
John,
Is there a dot on there, or? I'd have to check mine to make sure, but yeah.
Okay, now I'm showing my mouse over here, up in this area. Okay, this is the Spurbank River right here, is that correct?
Yes.
So lot 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, these are all waterfront properties, are they not?
Riverfront, yes.
Is there, you're distinguished between riverfront and waterfront?
I believe their assessment's a little bit lower than the waterfront lots on Higgins Beach.
Okay.
That's the difference.
if I'm correct, though, you did not change any of the assessments along this along this river, as part of your 2012 reassessment that we're talking about today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now we're going to turn to map 02, which is the one that I initially identified as A11.2. And what I've got up here are the two sales that you've used for your comparables. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so both of the sales on this map predate 2008. Is that correct as well?
Yes. Well, one was April of '08 and March of '06, yes.
Okay.
John, you have some squares on that map that aren't on the exhibit that you provided us?
Yeah, I'm just, for the board's and my own convenience, marking the ones that he are his comps. If you want, I can have that printed out and give it to you.
Just for the record, so we have a clean
I will print it out and provide it to the board so that we have a clean copy of what it is.
That would be good, and then
Yes.
when you're referring to it, if you could just refer to the lots, and keep referring to the exhibit number, so it's clear.
Right. So for the record, this is lot 125A on map 2, as well as lot 139 on map 2. So I've put blocks in to identify where they are on the map. Okay, now I want to turn to T5B. I'll put up. I've got that correct. That is T5B, so what's up on the screen. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So this has 10 sales that are identified as waterfront sales. Is that right?
Yes.
And it treats them all as though they're the same neighborhood. Is that the right word?
Yes.
Isn't it true, however, that your assessing system actually has 4 different classifications for waterfront property, 3 of which are represented on this exhibit?
Are you meaning like riverfront as opposed to ocean?
Well, actually, let me back up a minute. So, if I understand your land assessment correctly, you use something they call the square root of the fractional acre to come up with the land assessments. Is that right?
Yes.
And that assumes a base lot, which is a certain size and a certain value. Is that correct as well?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have a base lot of a half acre and a base price of $100,000, you then use that to calculate the land values of all other lots that are subject to that same base lot and base price. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that in the waterfront area, you have at least, and I say that only because I haven't examined every single one, but you have at least 4 different prices for base lots?
I'm not sure about 4. I have 2, because I believe the waterfront is either in the R4 zone or the R2 zone.
All right, well, let's look at, and let me give you an exhibit number. This is map 21. It's a portion of map 21, and it's a portion of A12.2. And this is the area you've identified as Pillsbury Shores, along with as the interior and the exterior as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it correct that your land values for these properties, roughly from 24A over to at least 33, have a different base price, land values for 54 over to 36.
Yes, because,
Okay, they have different base prices.
yes,
And is it also true that these two areas have yet another, or, let me strike that, let me start over again. Is it also true that the areas over here, which are north of King Street, have yet another base price?
yes,
Okay. And isn't it true that the waterfront areas on map number 22, which for the record is A13.2, and the waterfront areas on map 23, which for the record this is map exhibit A 14-2, point 2 rather, that those have yet another base price to determine their land values?
because they're in R4 zone.
Okay. So that's 4 different base prices for the waterfront properties that we identified in Pine Point. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, if we go back to Exhibit T5B, there's nothing on here that makes a distinction between those 4 different base price areas, is there?
other than the assessments, right, there is
Okay.
nothing.
Other than the assessments, but no. All right, if we look at, again, this is A12.2. And I believe you testified earlier that 24A to 33 have their own base price that's used to create their land valuation. That's correct, right?
Yes,
And lot 29, which for the record I have put in a square just to identify it so everyone can locate it on the map. Lot 29 is the only sale from Exhibit T5B that actually falls within that area. Is that correct?
yes,
Now I'm showing a same map, again A12.2. I believe you testified that 54, at least over to 36, have their own base price. That's correct?
yes,
And again, you have one sale on T4B that falls within that area, and that I have identified for identification purposes with a box as lot 50. Is that correct?
yes,
All right, so if we return back to T4B, or T5B rather, although you've included included 10 comparable sales, those sales are spread over at least 3 different valuation areas in terms of base price. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's 3 or 2, but you have to, I believe most of the R4
Well, I think, all right, we can go back through it again.
from Old
I
Orchard.
believe you testified earlier that 24A to 33 has its own base price.
Yes, between the riverfront and the 2 different waterfronts because of the zone, yes.
Okay, so it is correct that they are spread over 3 different valuation under your system.
Yes, because the riverfront is valued for less as compared to the waterfront.
Okay? Okay, I want to return back to T4C just for a second. because I want to explore something you said about U-2295B, which is 7 Dunefield Lane.
Which one are we looking at now?
What's that?
Which one are we looking at?
The last sale.
T5C?
Yeah, 95B, 7 Dunefield Lane, which is on lot 22.
T5B?
Oh, no, T5, yeah, T5B. Sorry, I misunderstood what you're asking about, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I believe it was your testimony, and I'll just point this out with the mouse. So, in the 40111 assessment was 1,435,500. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you testified that you gave an abatement of 2,500 to come to 1,432,500 for 4112. Is that correct as well?
I'm not sure what the abatement was. I reduced it by about,
All right, was it 3,000 then? Is my math?
or
am I going off?
300,000 or 200, I'd have to go, I'm not sure. It increased, the land value increased by 25% like all the others, but I ended up reducing it after meeting with the taxpayer based on the selling price, which was $1,250,000, plus this property was on the market for probably 4 years, and
Okay.
he refused well above what he sold it for, but then extenuating circumstances came in and he sold it.
Okay, but is it also not the case that at least it shows up in the town's tax cards? Now, why don't we look at Exhibit A13.3, and that is in the section of, it follows the colored maps. So find map number 22, and you look for the tax cards following. It is the third, or the first tax card following. Now, wait a second.
John, would you repeat that? A13?
Sure. If you go to the way I've organized it is I have the tax maps and then the tax cards after them.
Yep.
So if you go to tax map 22, which is marked as A13, it is the first tax card following that, and
A13.4?
A13.3. Do you have that in front of you, Paul?
No, you're not going to put it on the screen?
Unfortunately, this is one that I can't put on the screen. Sorry.
I have it right here.
U22, lot 95B.
And what's the A13 what?
A13.3.
A13.3? Okay.
Okay. It is correct that on that sheet, the 2012 assessment record reads a total of $1,656,900. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to turn to T5C. Which I'll put up on the screen. You would agree with me that there are only 3 sales on T5C rather, that are after 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you first did the revaluation, though, you used a different set of sales than the one shown in T5C. Is that correct?
Not sure.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you page 12 marked as page 12 in appellants 1. And it's hand marked, you can see the page 12 up in the top.
Correct, but, all right. All right,
Okay, so this is a letter you wrote November 16, 2012 to my client Don Petron.
yes.
Petron, rather, sorry. Sorry, Don. All right, and we have a list of sales under Pine Point. Just if you would take a moment to compare that with T5C. There is, in fact, some differences, aren't there?
Yes.
Okay? You have taken one comparable out, and that is listed up there as map 21, lot 97, which is right here. Is that right?
Yes, and I believe I touched on that when I testified.
Yes. When did you find out about map 21, lot 97? It would have been after November, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Now-
no, actually, I believe the building was down at that point.
Okay, but you still included it in this letter.
Yes, because it was a sale.
Okay. And you also added 2 sales to this list, is that correct?
I'm not sure which 2 sales.
Lot 98 and lot 95 on 21. So why don't we do this? You'll observe that under 21, 98 and 95 are not listed, is that correct?
I guess I omitted them.
Okay, and if we go back to T5C, you will see that 98, if I can get my mouse to work, I guess I can't, that 98 and 95 are listed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so those 2 were omitted and 97 was included. Okay, so I've redone your analysis, excluding the ones that you added later and including the one that you had at the time. And I come up with an average assessment to sale ratio of 0.96. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay. And if I pull it out after the revaluation, we see that we go from 0.96 to 1.09. Is that correct?
Based on what I'm seeing, yes.
Okay. That is going to be marked as exhibit A43, and I've got copies for everyone.
Thank you, John. John, you're labeling this
A43.
A43? All right. Note that.
A43, yes.
Did you have 2 that you showed us?
No, the first one was just the detail of that one.
Oh.
It just showed the 96% alone to make it a little clearer about that.
I'm just a little confused. The first one, the 96%, was that T5C? No.
No,
it was
96% is both from T43 or A43. 96%, if you look up behind you, all that I showed you before was just the blow up of this portion of it. So you see the 96% there, and I extended it out so that you could see the 109, which happened after the revaluation.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
comparing it to the T5C, is that correct?
Yes, I am comparing it to T5C. This is, so. Okay, let's turn to the timing of the revaluation. Your November 2012 letter was only about 4 months after the revaluation, is that correct?
It was 4 months after the commitment, yes.
Okay. When did you undertake the revaluation?
Well, time freezes for us as of April 1st, 2012, but we're working on picking up the new valuation. I really didn't complete it until probably the first or second week of August.
Okay, so first or second week of August. Now, prior to your report, the town was estimating that the new tax rate would be 13.993. Is that correct? The mill rate, rather.
I assume. I don't have that commitment form, that projected budget number in front of me, but I'll believe you.
Okay. And after the revaluation, it went down to 13.80. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that most people who own waterfront in Scarborough are not voting residents in Scarborough?
I don't know that.
Most of them are from away, or many of them are from away?
And that, if you say they are, yes.
Okay, so you're agreeing with me. Okay, now, if we go back to T5, we have 3 analysis of sales.
T5.
T5 is this
T?
again. All, I'm just looking at T5 as a whole at the moment.
Okay.
So, there are 3 analyses of various sales in various areas. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes.
Now, you have not provided the board with any analysis of assessment to sale ratios of other areas of the town, have you?
No. Well, other than the state valuation study.
Other than the state valuation study. All right, well, let's look at least one of the state valuation studies. Let's look at the one that you've marked, the town has been marked as T10. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of this up on the screen, so if you could actually get a copy of that, that would be helpful.
At this point, if you have questions on the actual studies in here, I think Bill's going to be the one that's going to answer those questions.
Well, we can address them with Bill as well. I have some questions for you, and we'll see if you can answer them.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Now, do you have T10 in front of you?
I believe so. That's the review of the 2012 tax assessments for Scarborough.
Yes, that is correct, yes. Okay. Now, I think you've made a point to say and to tell the board that this revaluation was as of April 1, 2012. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you in fact, you said not just a few minutes ago that time freezes as of April 1, 2012. Is that correct as well?
Yes.
So you make it a point to never consider a sale after April 1, 2012. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. If you look through the state tax report, they consider sales after April 1, 2012. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, fully a third or more of their sales are after April 1, 2012.
I don't know if I had that many sales between April and June, but if we did, then yes.
Okay. All right, well, I did count them. I found on the combined study, 90 sales were in April 2012 or later, which is a third. 71 are April 2012 or later on the residential study, which is 36%. And waterfront 9 were April 2012 or later, that's 28%. If you want, you can either accept that or I'll take your time if you want to check my math on that.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I can't.
All right, that's fair enough. I understand. Now, the author of the report is Mike Rogers, is that correct?
Yes.
I think you testified during your direct that he's the one who does the state reports every year,
Yes,
and he's been doing it for 29 years. Is that not true?
yes,
Okay. And in fact, he's the one who signs those state reports such as Exhibit T4A and T4 that you've provided to the board. Is that correct, generally?
yes,
So in other words, Mike Rogers is reviewing your work, and then he's reviewing his own work in T10. Is that correct?
well, I guess so, yes.
Okay. Now,
John, could you, I don't want to interrupt your flow,
No.
but I didn't quite understand what, the point you just made. Could you just ask him that question again? I didn't.
sure, I said that the point that I'm making is just simply that Mike Rogers is the one who comes in every year and reviews what the assessor does.
Yeah.
The state then produced this report in 2012 in response to a number of complaints about the 2012 revaluation. So Mike Rogers was coming back in to review work that he had done in the first place.
Gotcha.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Is that?
Yep.
All right.
Helpful.
Okay. Now, I know you've said many times in the past that you don't set sales prices. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Nonetheless, would you not agree with me that the goal of any assessing process or system is to try to match market price?
ultimately, yes.
So there needs to be a relationship between the assessing system and the market price. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true as well that the state says that you should be within 10% of market price?
Yes,
And I think you said earlier in your case in chief, in your direct testimony, that you thought residential was selling pretty close to your assessment. Is that right?
yes,
Now, 10% of market price, according to the state, is actually 20% in total value. Is that not true?
if the line was 100, yes, you could go to 110 or 90, that would give you 100.
Okay. So if the line is 100 and 110 to 90, that's $20,000 worth of play. Is that right?
Or 20% worth of play.
So $500,000, you go from 450 to 550, or $100,000 of play. Is that right?
Yes,
In $1 million, you get $200,000 worth of play. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. Do you know what the average residential market value is in the town?
No,
Okay.
I know the average assessment, but not the average market value,
Okay.
because I don't assess by average.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Now I want to look at the state report. In particular, let's look at some of the studies. And let's see how often you met the mark of 10% either way. Okay, so if we turn to the first study, which is called the combined study. It's marked page number 3, but obviously it's not page number 3. It is the first page after a blank sheet following some pie graphs. At the top, it says Scarborough, 1-year combined study. Is everyone there?
Yep.
You there, Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at that study, how many sales are shown in that study?
270.
Okay. How many of them are within 10% either way?
I am not sure, but the...
Do you want to take some time to figure it out?
Well, I don't know if it's one, I don't know what the middle quartile is, if it's 188.
No, I'm talking the one. All right. If we let's back up for a second then. If we look at this page, we see that there are a number, and in fact, let me put one from later up on the screen.
Well, there's 43 that are 89% or less.
Okay.
Is that what you want?
Yeah. Well, yes, it is where I want but, let me first kind of explain to the board. So I think you and I are on the same page, I'm not sure everyone else is. So if we look at this study, and this is from the waterfront, and we'll get there in a second.
Is this just by way of example?
This is by way of an example for right now.
Okay.
I believe if you see that there is a column over here which I have the mouse on called ratio. Is that right, Paul? I got that right?
Yes,
All right, so that shows the ratio between the selling price and the assessed price. Is that right?
yes,
Okay, so if it says, ratio says .90, then that is within 10% of the market price. Is that right?
yes,
And if it says 1.10, that is also within 10% of market price.
yes.
Okay, so everything that's on either side is outside of that range.
Correct.
Okay, so let's go back to the combined study. I think you said there were 43 that were below, the 89 are below, and how many are above 110? 111 are above.
Is he actually counting them up, or is there a
They're numbered on the side, so you can actually just subtract
So
270
you go from
210.
80, you go from 83 to 210, I think.
Okay,
No, you go from 43 to 210, I'm sorry.
all right, I've actually counted them in there. I found that 167 are within 10%
Out of 270.
out of 270, which is 62%. Okay?
Okay,
Let's go to the residential study, which is the next study along.
what page?
It's page 7,
Okay,
all right? How many sales are listed?
195.
Okay. And again, I have counted, and I found 119 between 90 and 110%. You want to double check?
I believe you.
Okay. All right, and that is 61%. Okay, let's turn to the waterfront, which is the one that I actually just put up. So I will put up again. And that is listed as page 11. Okay, how many sales are there?
There are 32.
Okay, how many? I've counted 13 between 90 and 110.
But that's all inclusive, interior and waterfront.
That's right.
Correct.
That's all inclusive, but there are only 13 within 90 to 110, which is, for the record, 41% of the total. This is going to be marked as Exhibit A39. Issue. George, can I have that? Or does he not have one? Never mind, I got it. No, it's fine.
We need to have one right now.
It's fine.
Is this one?
I got it. Okay. All right. Exhibit A39. Can you identify what this is?
It's a state report of the assessment review for state valuations for 2009, 2010, 2011.
Okay. And if you turn to the third page in, you'll see that there's a combined study. Is that right?
Yes.
How many sales are there in the combined study?
200, I believe.
Okay. Did you have any reason to disagree with me if I found that only 115 of them are within the 10% ratio?
No, I believe you.
Okay. Okay, and that is 57.5%. Okay, and the last page, we have water influenced study. And how many sales are there?
29.
Okay, and I'm counting 9 within, is that right?
9 within
Within 90 to
90 and
100.
100.
90 to 110.
I'm seeing more than that, but I'm on the water page. He's on water influence page, right?
Water influence study, which is the
29
last page.
29 sales.
No, actually, I only see 17. I think you're looking on the condominium study.
Okay. So there's 17 sales, water influence.
Okay.
Okay.
And I count 9 of them being between 90 and 110, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and that's about 53%. Okay. Next exhibit, which is going to be marked as A38. Okay, if we could turn to the combined study there. How many sales are there?
255.
Okay. Of that, I count 167 within 10%, which is 66%.
Okay.
All right. Residential study. How many sales are there?
Is that the next one in?
That's the next one in, yes.
210.
And I've counted 142 within 10% either way, which is 68%. Is that
Okay.
okay?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Then we go to the waterfront study, which is the next one. How many sales are there?
16.
Okay, and I counted 6 that are within 10% either way.
Yes.
Okay, which is 37.5%. Okay, next, which we're going to call A37.
And you said this was A37?
A37, that's correct. Okay, can you identify what this is for the record, please?
It's the report of assessment review for, which is state issues for 2011, 2012, 2013.
And I believe it's, the first couple of pages are identical to Town Exhibit T4, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
T4?
Yes.
Yes,
It is.
but the difference is that this has the studies behind it, whereas T4 does not, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at the combined study again. How many sales are there?
212.
Okay, and I counted 132 within 10%, which is 62% of the total. Okay?
Yep.
All right, residential study, how many sales?
170.
Okay, I counted 102, which is 60% again, or close to 60% as opposed to 62, 60%. And then we look at the waterfront study. How many sales?
18.
And I counted 9 within 10%.
Okay.
Okay, and that's 50%. Okay, I want to go back to this page on the state study, which is the water influenced study for the state report, which is Exhibit T10. So this is the waterfront and water influence study from Exhibit T10.
T10.
T10, right.
You know
Which
what
is-
page it's on?
Marked as page 11.
11.
So it's the 11th page of the studies.
Okay.
Okay, the quality rating there is 14, is that right?
Yes.
Is that a good quality rating?
It's fair.
Okay, so 20, I think you testified earlier, is a bad quality rating.
Well, 20 or greater.
Is it 20 or greater is a bad quality
Yes.
rating, right? So if you're below 20, you're,
It's acceptable to the state based on their laws or how they review assessments.
their guidelines say below 20 is good.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a case called Weekly v. Town of Scarborough?
Yes.
Okay. That case went up to law court, did it not?
Yes.
And the law court overturned your assessment and sent it back for an abatement, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to, for Exhibit 44, is just the law court case in Weekly, which I'll admit into the record.
What were we labeling this, John?
44. A44. A44.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm just admitting this in the record, but, so they were granted an abatement, that's correct. I think you just testified that was correct, right?
Yes.
What did you do the next year?
I increased the assessment.
You increased the assessment back to where it was prior to the court case?
Yes.
So in other words, the law court told you you were wrong, reversed you, and the next year you went ahead and put it back to where it was anyway. Is that correct?
Because I had sales data after April 1st that I couldn't use at the
Okay.
hearing. That's why I increased the assessment, and he did not appeal. Or he would have lost.
Or maybe he was just tired of fighting and spending money. Okay, next question. I
Okay.
understand that there is a program within the town of Scarborough that deals with something called excess land. Is that right? You have such a program for tax assessments?
Yes.
Okay, and the way, let me see if I've got this correct. The way that the excess land works is that you treat the first acre as the home lot, and then everything above an acre you treat as excess land. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
So everything above 1 acre is not taxed at market value because it's taxed at an excess land which is considerably less than market value. Is that correct?
Yes. Townwide.
And that's town-wide. Now, prior to the revaluation, you incorporated a difference between the waterfront and non-waterfront properties in terms of their value. Is that not right?
Yes.
Okay, so a half-acre lot on the waterfront would be worth more than a half-acre inland. Is that right?
Are we talking water influence? A half acre of interior water
Yes,
influence
interior water
compared to a
influence.
half
Yes,
acre?
that's right.
Yes.
Okay. And there would be two ways that this would be reflected in your assessment system. Is that right? The first would be that they would have a higher base price under your square root of the fractional acre formula, is that right?
For the waterfront?
For waterfront versus water-influenced interiors.
Yes.
Okay. And you would also provide a 125% multiplier on the waterfront properties, even beyond what you got from the square root of the fractional acre, is that correct?
For 2012, yes.
Okay, I believe you testified in your direct that you thought you could have done this revaluation that you did in this year a long time ago. Is that right?
I said I considered doing it in 2011.
Okay. But you're using comps that go back to 2006. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified earlier that right after 2005, you had a 2006 sale that caused you to question the 2005 reassessment. Is that correct?
I didn't hear the beginning.
All right. You testified that immediately after your 2005 reassessment, in 2006, you had a sale that caused you to question whether you had gotten waterfront properties accurately. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you also have testified that your waterfront property is coming in at 80%, whereas everywhere else is coming in higher. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you again. These are exhibits A30, which we've gone through before. They're the state tax reports. Okay,
830?
A30. Start 2004, 5, and 6.
I don't have it in front of me, but
Hold on a minute, John.
No, we'll wait. I'd like everyone to be on the same page.
A30?
A30, yes. It's the same thing we did earlier with the bait stamping and everything.
yes.
Okay. Yes, we did. So we already looked at a part of it. We're going to look at a different part of it now.
Okay.
Okay, so this first sheet, if you could just identify what this is, Paul.
Again, it's a report from the Property Tax Division of the state for the 2004, 2005, 2006 state valuation.
Okay, and it has down below, right here, certain numbers that represent ratios of the various types of property. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's blow those up. And what we can see is, and this is prior to the 2005 revaluation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we see residential studies at 76 in 2005, which is the 2003 year,
Correct.
and 70% in 2006 with the 2004 tax year. And the waterfront is 70 and 60, respectively.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you the next page. What is this one?
Is it mine? It's, can't read it from here. 2005, 2006, 2007.
Okay.
Do I have it here?
I think you said it was 2005, 2006, and 2007. Is that what you said, for the record?
Yes.
Okay.
Still 830?
I've got it, yeah. Okay.
What's that?
What's the number on this one?
This is all A30. It's just the second page, or a page in A30. Okay, so again, we have a study. We see 2006 and 2007. So 2007 reflects the 2005 revaluation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what we see for residential is that the ratio goes from 70% to 98% after the revaluation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And from waterfront goes from 60 to 99. Is that accurate as well?
Yes.
Okay, so 2007 really becomes the base year, the 2005 revaluation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so we look at the next page, also in A30. And am I accurate in saying this is '06, '07, and '08?
Yes.
Okay, so if we blow up the studies again, we've got 2007 over again, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we have 2008, which we've got 93% for residential and 87% for waterfront.
Yes.
Okay, that's 6% difference, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. We go to the next page, which is '07, '08, and '09. Is that accurate?
Let me get there. 07, 08, 09, yes.
Okay. We zoom in again. We see '08 replicated again, and we've got '09. What's the average for the residential?
93.
And what's the average for waterfront?
It says waterfront, but that's water influence. That's
Okay.
interior and waterfront. 93.
But what's the average?
93.
Okay, so it's the same. Now, the next page is 2008, 9, and 10. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we blow up again. We've got 2010. The residential is 94. Is that right?
Yes.
And the waterfront study is 93%. Is that right as well?
Water influence study, yes.
Does not say waterfront, though?
It does say waterfront,
Okay.
but it includes interior and waterfront sales.
In the 2012 revaluation, you have revalued some interior waterfront properties, water influence properties, have you not?
Ask me that again, please.
In the 2012 revaluation, you have revalued some interior water influence properties. Is not accurate?
Yes, that's
Okay.
accurate.
So next page, 2009, 10, and 11. Let's look at the ratios again. So residential is 101, is that right?
Yes.
Waterfront is 93, is
Yes.
that right? Okay, so 8% difference there. And then we have the next page, which is 10, 11, and 12, is that right?
Yes. Well, let me get there. Yes.
Okay. And we see the residential is at 100%,
Yes.
and the waterfront is averaged at 96%.
Yes.
Do you recall the case, Turf Loft v. Town of Scarborough?
Yes.
Okay, and you were there at that hearing, which occurred in 2011, is that right?
Yes.
And that case concerned the revaluation of a piece of property under a substantial overvaluation and a discrimination claim, is that right?
It was a 2005 assessment.
Right, but it was so yes, I mean it was not related to this case in that it was not part of this 2012 revaluation, but it did bring substantial overvaluations and discrimination claims. Did the case not?
Because of a sale price.
Because of the sale price. All right, I'm going to provide which we're going to call Exhibit 45, A45.
What was this one again?
45, A45. All right, here. Put a number on George, please. You can get it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Can you identify what this is for the record?
It's, I believe, the Board of Assessments reviews findings of fact. I think, I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm gonna represent to you that it is, in fact, the Board of Assessment Review's findings of fact and the abatement request by Mark Turfloff. I'd like you to turn to the second page and read finding number 6, which I have quoted and put up on the screen. Could you read that, please?
The assessor testified credibly, based upon his 27 years of experience with the town, that the assessment ratio, which is a comparison between property assessments at the time of revaluation compared to subsequent sales, remained relatively level since the time of the revaluation.
Okay. And Turfloff was a waterfront property, was it not? Or water influenced, was it not?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Rob, are you gonna be doing some redirect?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's okay, if you wanna do a break now, or...
No, that's fine, no,
Let's go.
not at all.
That's ours.
There's some stuff there. You think that was Steve's schedule?
Down here.
Paul, do you have A30 before you?
I don't. Maybe I can have Sue's or Bill's.
Well, we don't seem to have an extra one here. I just have the one I marked up.
Let me
Maybe
make
we could
sure.
borrow one from Mr.
I'm sorry, I
Schumann.
do have it. That's T4A?
No,
Oh.
A30. That's where we want to start, and then T4A with that.
All right, I think I have it. Starts with 2004, 5, and 6.
Yes. You have it?
Yep.
Now, during your cross-examination by Mr. Schumann, you asked some questions on Exhibit A30. And I wanted just to go back over a few things in that. What I'd like you to do is focus your attention, Paul, to the bottom section of the Report of Assessment Reviews, and we'll look at the first one, which is 2004, 2005, and 2006. And the waterfront study here, average ratio, as that relates to the combined sales ratio. That's what I want to focus in on. So we notice in the first page of Exhibit 230 that the relationship for the average ratio, waterfront study, is 60% as compared to a combined sales ratio of 70%. Do you see that?
Yes.
So in other words, the combined sales ratio is a little closer to 100 than the waterfront average ratio, correct?
Yes.
And then if we go over to, let me see, I think it's 3 pages down, further in, we go to the 2005, 2006, and 2007 state valuation. You see that one, Paul?
Yes.
And the 2007, we learned, is the one where the Maine Revenue Service is actually doing your audit of the 2005 revaluation. Isn't that a correct
Yes.
characterization? And we could see in that one that the combined sales ratio here is improved from 70% from the earlier sheet. Now we're at 98%, correct?
Yes.
And as compared to the waterfront study, the average ratio there is at 99%, is it not?
Yes.
So it's actually closer to 100 than the combined sales ratio. Now
Yeah.
let's go a few pages down, and we'll find the one that starts with 2006 and runs to 2008. Do you see that one? Just go a couple pages further down. Again, Report of Assessment Review.
2006.
Do you have it, Paul?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
All right, just a few pages past 2007. We go 1,
Yep. 6
2,
to 7 and 8, yeah.
3. 2006 through 2008. Again, if we go to the combined sales ratio, 93%.
Yes.
But the average ratio waterfront study here has now slipped below, down to 87%, has it not?
Yes.
And if we go a couple more pages on here, down through the stack, 2007 to 2009, right?
Yes.
And we go to look at the average ratio of waterfront as combined sales. Again, it's lower than combined sales, only 1%,
Yes.
but lower. And then if we go to 2008 through 2009, again, the average ratio of waterfront to the combined sales is lower, is it not?
Yes.
And then if we go to the next one, which is 2011, again, 93% for waterfront, average ratio to combined sales ratio of 100%,
Yes.
right? And then if we go to 2012, we ended up with a comparison of waterfront to combined sales of 96 to 101. So in other words, it's not quite as good, not quite as as comparable to the combined sales ratio. And then when we go to the T4, you have T4 in front of you?
Yes.
Again, the waterfront average ratio is less than the combined sales ratio of 100 to 103%.
Yes.
So out of all of these, the only year that the waterfront ratio exceeded the combined sales ratio was the year that's reports on the revaluation, correct?
It was in 2004, correct, the year
Right.
before.
Now, you indicated in response, I think, to a question to Mr. Schumedine that the waterfront study that the state uses includes waterfront properties and waterfront influence. Is that right?
Yes.
Doesn't it also include waterfront condominiums?
Yes.
And do you consider condominiums to be in the same classification as single-family homes?
No.
So the state uses a bigger pot, if you will, to do its waterfront study than the studies that you do?
Yes.
Do you consider the studies that you do by neighborhood to be more accurately reflect the market conditions of property located in those neighborhoods?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Schumedine characterized the sales that you cataloged in Town Exhibit 5, A, B, and C as comps. These aren't comps, are they?
They're actual sales.
These are actual sales. And these are the only sales that you identified in those neighborhoods?
Yes.
Now, there was some discussion with Mr. Schumedine based on Town Exhibit number 1, A1, page 12, on the sales that you reported to Mr. Petrin in November of 2012. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you identified some properties to Mr. Petrin in November 16th of 2012 that are not exactly the same that were included in T5, B, and C, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain why those differences?
Probably when I wrote the letter, I just accidentally omitted them. They made my case. It wasn't like they sold for more than the assessment, so I just didn't put them in.
Did you overlook them when you responded to Mr.
Basically,
Petrin in November?
that's what I did. It wasn't. It had no purpose not to give it to him, and he had previously. I'd given them. Mr. Malazzi had requested from me a copy of every property record card of every property that increased on the waterfront at Pine Point, Higgins Beach, and Prouts Neck. And on those cards, the sale is posted. So if I omitted to putting it in the letter, that was totally an error on my part. Not that I was trying to hide anything, because they already had all the sales data that I used.
So the summaries you created in T5A, T5B, and T5C, are those true and correct to your knowledge, that those represent all of the sales in Higgins Beach, Pine Point, and in the interior Pillsbury Shores areas?
Yes.
And you carefully reviewed those sales data in terms of the adjustments you've made?
Yes.
Now, you were provided by Mr. Schumedine Exhibit A43, which I will characterize as advancing a sales review based on the properties that were identified in your letter of November 16th, 2012.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review the outcome of Exhibit A43, Paul?
Well, just in, I guess the average ratio was 96 with a quality rating of 12. And based on his study, the average ratio is 109 with a quality rating of 9. So the quality rating improved. By his study, the average ratio is still within 10%.
So
And
would,
and the 2012 residential was at 103, so it's actually within 6% of the average residential, or 102. It's within 7% of the actual ratio.
so the difference, as I understand it on A43, is that two of the sales that you thought were relevant were not included on A43, and an additional sale was included on A43. Do you see that?
Yeah, I believe so. That's, let me compare it to mine.
Included is a sale at 10 Driftwood Lane.
Yes, 10 Driftwood is not in my study. Okay, that's the one I excluded because that was that concrete block building that was demolished.
So in other words, the comparison going in on 11 to coming to 12, there had been material changes in the property itself
Yes.
that would be difficult to compare?
Well, it just skews the selling price because when somebody buys something and I have a building value because I assessed the building, and I think I admitted to you before that I had the building overvalued because I ended up abating it in 2012, because this all happened, the building was still existing April 1st of 2012. But because of the facts after the sale that he tore the building down, I ended up abating it, looking at it, he paid what the land assessment is. So it came in as a land sale, so that's why I excluded it from my study. I believe it was...
Would you, in looking at T5C, Paul, for whatever reason, exclude the sale at 4 Driftwood Lane and 12 Driftwood Lane as has been excluded from Exhibit A43?
No,
Would you have any reason not to include them?
no.
You had some questions in regards to your view of the recession, and then this were brought to your attention by examination of Exhibit A30. And I think the question was posed to you by Mr. Schumedine, if I caught it correctly. If there was a recession and it impacted Scarborough, would it be proper to use sales from a different time period and carry those forward in terms of making adjustments or examining trends? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your view, if looking at perhaps at a global view under Exhibit A30, we can see how value and amount of change may have changed over time generally in the town. But in your view, how did the changes for purposes of this proceeding affect the waterfront?
Well, as you can, going through the state valuations, you can see in 2007 state valuation, which was the year of the revaluation, we came in at, the combined sales ratio was 98%. In 2012, with some minor adjustments, the combined ratio study is at 102. In 2008, I believe, it might, or 2009, it was probably 100. So Scarborough did not see a 20 or 30% reduction in valuations based on sales. It didn't happen in Scarborough. Because if it would have, I would have been reducing values in 2009 based on that recession that didn't happen. And because the state valuation decreases by 2%, you're talking 2% of $3.6 billion. If it decreased by 20%, that would be I'd be reducing values, and I have no problem with reducing value. It makes no difference to me. If I reduce values, if the tax rate goes up 10%, and I didn't change anybody's value, it's the town council's fault. It's not mine. I'm raising what they approved in a budget. And I reduced more values in 2012 than I increased. And I reduced the ones that I needed to reduce because I couldn't defend the assessment. That's why I bring values down. And it's based on sales. And if I have enough sales in that area that warrants a reduction, I reduce it. If it warrants an increase, I increase it.
And Paul, if I'm not mistaken, I think in your direct testimony earlier, you talked about the reason that you cataloged the sales following the revaluation was to look for trends since the last base, if you will, revaluation year. Is that correct?
Yes, because every year we look at sales, we log them to see what's happening. And I think I testified back in August that I had never assessed Pine Point. When I did the revaluation, the land value was coming up at $1 million, and I never really had a sale that justified it other than they were close. And then to get a sale in 2006 for $1.3 million, which was almost $300,000 more than my assessment, which to me, I prefer seeing property selling for more than my assessment, not for less. When it sells for less, that means the taxpayer is not happy. I see more people when property sells for less. When something sells for more, I never saw that taxpayer come in to me and say, why am I undervalued? You don't see those people. But if that property would have sold for less than the assessment in 2006, I'd have seen that person for sure, telling me that I needed to adjust something. So when you're an assessor, you try to look at everything. You're looking at a big picture. You're looking at 8,000 parcels, and you're trying to keep things fair and equitable among all of them, including commercial, condominium, residential, interior waterfront. I don't know if I'm giving a speech there, but maybe that's my summary.
Paul, you were asked some questions in reference to tax map U21, which we have up as the town exhibit there for the Pine Point
Yes.
area. And I believe Mr. Schumedine called your attention to some areas which you characterized as river areas.
Yes.
And those would be above the blue and above the yellow on the right-hand side of the chart that's up there of maps 21, 22, and 23, correct?
It would be from lot 34 on to 24A, are considered riverfront.
Those are riverfront, and you've adjusted the base pricing for those homes in the last adjustment made in 2012?
For that land, yes. Those properties right there.
Actually, all the blue lots are ones that received adjustments, right?
Yes, all the blue received that 25% adjustment.
And within the blue, as pointed out by Mr. Schumedine, there's some differences in the base lot, depending if they're riverfront property or open ocean property?
Yes. And the riverfront ones are at a lower base.
And there's also an area to the left where the blue hook's around, that's also riverfront property, is there not, up near lots 22, 20, 19, 18A?
Yes,
Do you consider that to be a different neighborhood?
yes.
What's the name of that neighborhood?
Well, it could come under Jones Creek, but it's in a B1 zone.
In a B1 zone, so there's different zoning that's impacting the possible utility of the properties in that area?
Well, it could, let's put it that way.
But the bulk of the areas, including Pillsbury Shore, and from lot 24A, swinging around the hook, those are all located in Zone 2, are they not?
Those are all in the R2 zone, yes. Right up, yeah.
Now, you adjusted all of the base prices for all the waterfront properties in this area by the same factor, correct?
Yes,
And that was based on your analysis of the sales that have been testified to here under 5B and 5C, correct?
yes,
Although the interior lots in 5C were adjusted at a different rate than the waterfront lots, correct?
yes.
And do you remember what the different rates are?
I believe these land values increased by approximately 17%, and the blue all increased by 25%.
And then in Higgins Beach, what was the amount of the adjustment in Higgins Beach?
It was 20%,
And that was for the waterfront in Higgins
and that was
Beach?
strictly waterfront, yes.
No interior adjustments at Higgins Beach?
I had some decreases, no increases.
Now, in connection with Town Exhibit 10, which is Mike Rogers' report on the review of the 2012 tax assessments, have you received similar studies like this from Mike Rogers specific to issues raised by taxpayers?
The only other one I received was in 1990.
Tell us a little bit about the one that you received in 1990.
1990 was my first revaluation for the town. Values increased, land values increased anywhere from 400%, and in some cases, 800%. So it was a very controversial revaluation. And of course, the ones that increased the most were the water-influenced areas. Whenever I've done a revaluation, those areas have appreciated faster than any other areas in town. So they always bear the brunt of a revaluation, but their property appreciates at a faster rate than residential or commercial or industrial. Because whenever you do a revaluation, if the budget didn't change, which never happens, but if it didn't, 1/3 of the taxpayers would pay the same, 1/3 pay more, 1/3 pay less from revaluation because their property did not appreciate as fast as others. That's a rule of thumb.
General rule of thumb in reval in your experience?
Yes.
And you've been through a couple of them.
3 of them, yes.
Now, the insinuation was, in examination of Town T10 that I heard, was there would be some advantage to Mike Rogers to agreeing with you?
I don't think so.
Now, isn't he the one that audits you?
Yes,
Isn't he the one that's supposed to challenge you?
yes,
And this particular report not only looks at the adjustments that you made for 2012, but doesn't it also include another analysis on another set of sales after 2012 to see if you had things cited incorrectly?
yes,
Doesn't it look at the sales period starting in July of 2012 and running those all the way to the June of 2013?
yes.
And what's your understanding of that second analysis as verification for the adjustments that you made in 2012?
That it still shows that the waterfront property is fairly assessed. The aftermarket is justifying any sale, is justifying the assessment.
And Mr. Lesperance, in Town Exhibit 10, there's 2 summary graphs that basically summarize the analysis that Mr. Rogers completed at the request of the taxpayers who are upset about this adjustment. The first of these is on, I believe it's on page...
Is this T10?
Yeah.
Yes, T10,
No, I'm not gonna go to 40 yet.
it's page, 46 is the first one.
46 is the first one? Thank you, Mr. Lesperance. Now, as I understand it, on the right is what you had, and then after you made your adjustments is what you ended up with on the left, on here.
Yes.
Could you just tell us what the changes identified by this graph indicate to you as an assessor?
It means that, well, things got closer to 100% based on the adjustments that I made, which ultimately was the goal. You see in 2011, the purple column was, which I believe is the residential ratio, was at 102, remained the same in 2012. The blue column, which is overall water influence combined, went from 95% to 99%. The other one, which was water influence, which I believe didn't change, that's that column. In 2011, it was at 109%. In 2012, the sales say I'm at 104%, so without making any changes, the sales kind of corrected itself. The green column, the light green column, which is, I believe that's waterfront. Says water influence, but anyway, that went from 79% in 2011 to 93%.
Is that the approximately 80% that you testified to earlier?
Yes. And then the condo column, about the same, 102 to 102. And the commercial, 98, 98.
Should green say waterfront instead of water influence? Is that what's in my head?
I'd have to look at the exact study. Bill was, I'm not sure if it is waterfront or if it's water influence.
We need to do that. So Paul, actually, in looking at page 46, there's a red column that deals with water influence, and there's a green column that deals with water influence, correct?
Yes.
And the symbol for the red column, as I read it, is equal to or less in 2012? So in other words, ones that didn't change or went down in
Correct.
2012?
Yes.
And the ones in the green are ones which increased in 2012?
Yes.
So the change from the right-hand side of the graph to the left, is that an improvement in the quality of the assessment and an improvement in the parity and the equality in the assessment?
Yes, because it ranges from 93 to 104 for 2012 values as compared to 79 and 109 for 2011. So the parity is better.
Now, Mr. Lesperance, we had a number of questions levied to you in looking at A39, A38, A37 related to this 10% rule.
Yes.
Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And we looked, I think you were asked to look at and identify each of the studies on each of the several year periods that were there on the combined residential and waterfront ratios. And then out of the studies, Mr. Schumedine indicated that he had actually counted those cataloged sales that were within 10%. In other words, from 100 down to 90, or from 100 up to 110%.
Yes.
The fact, I think that he indicated that, for example, in one year, there was a 62% of the sales only fell within the 10%. Another one of the studies, only 61%, and the waterfront, 41%. Is that analysis the proper way of examining those sales studies that Maine Revenue Services does from an assessing standpoint?
No, because if we could adjust the sales price, it would make my job much easier.
So in other words, a property sells and you just take that out of the
I
reports
increase
and
it.
put it on for the next year, it'd be pretty
Right.
easy sailing?
That would be easy sailing. I could decrease values and increase values based on what they sold for. The state won't let me do that. They look at all sales, even looking at 61% of the sales that he claims are within 10%, but the ratio's coming in at 100. So, as an assessor, sometimes it's frustrating when somebody pays $2 million for a property and my assessment's $1 million. I say frustrating only because I can't really do anything about it unless I get more sales that warrant a 50% increase because of that sale. And as I expressed earlier, when something sells for less, they expect me to decrease that value right away, even though it's one sale. And I don't increase based on one sale. I waited, I was patient. Waterfront property started selling in 2006 for more than the assessment at Pine Point. In 2007 at Higgins Beach for more than the assessment, but I didn't change anything until 2012. Now,
Mr. Lesperance, the focus of the questions that came to you all dealt with the ratio and those sales that were 10% away from 100% and 10%, either direction, right?
yes,
But isn't there another point in regards to the studies in here, and that has to do with what we were calling earlier the quality rating?
yes,
Because the quality rating really says we're going to take the top sales and we're going to take the bottom sales and we're going to look for that band in the middle. And then we're going to examine that band in the middle as to how closely bound those sales are around a median or a mean. Is that not correct?
yes,
So the fact that 62% of the combined sales, 167 of 270 combined sales aren't within, or only 62% of them are within 10%, really isn't a fair measure of the quality of those studies, is it?
not until you look at the whole study.
To look at the whole study, and you also have to look at how tightly band the sample is, do you not?
Yes,
And wasn't that part of Town Exhibit 7, which is Section 325 and 326, I believe, or 326 and 327 that we put into evidence a couple weeks ago?
yes,
And that's the statute that says you have to do two things. One is you need to be at a 70% minimum assessment ratio by 1979, and you also need to have a quality rating of 20 by 1979 or lower.
yes,
Now, you mentioned in your direct testimony, too, that you set assessments based on information in the past. You're wedded to past sales to try to refine your schedules.
yes,
And I think Mr. Schumedine asked you, too, that you try to match the market. You try to get an idea where the targets are going to be, and then you set your assessment schedules, and hopefully when those sales come in, they'll verify what you set.
yes,
But you don't make the market. You get sales that are here, and you get sales that are here. And those still have to be reviewed and analyzed and looked at in terms of your sales studies, correct?
yes,
And Maine Revenue Service does that as well?
yes,
And Maine Revenue Service tells you which of those types of sales not to include in the sales analysis as well, doesn't they not?
yes,
And those would be sales where you've had splits in the property, for example?
yes,
And those would be sales like the sales that you were concerned about that may have material changes in the building values
yes.
from one year to the next? So they're really not equivalent properties for comparison purposes, are they?
They're not.
You were handed Exhibit A44, which is that law court decision on the weekly matter.
Yes,
And you indicated, I think, some sense of frustration with what you were bound in terms of the review or evidence that you could provide in those proceedings?
Yes,
And what did you say that you had some sales that took place after the date of evaluation that was being contested?
yes,
Did those sales tend to validate the assessment that was overturned based on the law court decision?
yes.
There was a question that was levied to you, Paul, about excess land, and I think Mr. Schumedine said that excess land, and I think you agreed with him, is not assessed at market value.
It's, well, you can define market value, but if someone owns 100 acres and the first acre's valued at 100,000, and this would be in the rural zone, the next 10 acres get valued, 10 acres get valued at 5,000 an acre, and then the next 5 go at 4,000, and then from thereafter 3,000. So let's say the land value is $180,000. We don't look at anybody's property for a potential of development. I guess we could, but I'd be in trouble. If somebody has 100 acres in a 2-acre zone, you could possibly have 50 house lots, maybe. If I started assessing that way, then, it isn't done. I don't think it isn't done in Scarborough, and I don't think it's done in any other town. You assess it for the base lot. If it sells, and it would never sell, it would sell to a developer, but maybe for a little bit more than we're assessing it for, but a developer won't pay much more than, I'm not sure today, but I know 4 or 5 years ago, they wouldn't pay anybody more than $10,000 per home site, because they have to go in and put in the roads, get the approvals. So they don't, it's not, you can't assess it for $100,000 because that's what you're assessing home sites for. And the same goes, I have a few people who own large lots on the water. And if I started assessing them for a potential of $2 million house lots, I think they'd be looking at you and then maybe going to court, because I wouldn't be able to defend it. And I guess I wouldn't mind doing it because it would increase my valuation by a lot.
So, Paul, the base acre is where the primary value is assigned to a parcel, and as you have more than the minimum lot area in a town, there's a diminishing amount of value for that more area, correct?
Correct. The base lot is always an acre, regardless of what zone you're in. If you're in an R2 zone, technically you could have 2 half-acre lots. But if you have 1-acre lot, it's assessed as a 1-acre lot, which on the curve, it's higher than the half-acre, but it's not twice as high.
And so when you answer the question about the excess land not being at market value, am I correct, based on your testimony just a moment ago, Mr. Lesbrance, that it just means you don't have that same acre apply to every acre that's under the same ownership, or the same cost, or the same value for every acre?
The second acre is valued for less, and that's town-wide.
And as you get to a very large lot, 40 acres or more, those last 3 or 4 acres, I would imagine, on your curve are minimal
Well, they're
in terms of the
$2,000.
contributory value.
Minimum lot is $2,000, minimum acre, unless you're in tree growth or open space.
But every year, you're tested on whether or not you're hitting land values close to market value, are you not, by your review of the sales?
Yes.
And
But
some of
even-
those are vacant lots,
Correct.
and you can compare those to your assessment methodology and make refinements accordingly, can you not?
Correct.
Is that what you do?
Yes. But even on even under the state, if somebody owned 100 acres and somebody bought it for $400,000 and the assessment was $140,000, the state wouldn't use the sale because the guy's buying it for a subdivision. Those sales always get excluded from a study, because the state knows that we can't assess a person for a potential of house lots that he may never have. He's owned these 100 acres for 50 years, and he may own it for another 50 years. So,
Wait till it's subdivided and approved, and then you find the value?
and the assessment increases, yes. Once the approvals are, and it has to be approved by April 1st. If a subdivision is approved on May 1st, it doesn't get valued for another 10, 11 months as a subdivision, because time freezes for us on April 1st.
Paul, in your questioning by Mr. Schumedine too, there was some question about how you adjusted the increases that we talked about here last time and this evening in Higgins and in Pine Point, and also in the Pillsbury Shore. The actual way you adjust those in your assessment system, if I understand it, was an adjustment on the influence factor?
Yes.
And can you just tell the board briefly how the land valuation system works?
Well, most waterfront lots are at 100%. And then what I did was I increased the 100 to 125, which computer does the multiplication, increased the land value by 25%. At Higgins, the factor was 20%, so same methodology there. And once that factor was applied, I looked at the new assessment, compared it to the sale prices, felt comfortable with the outcome, and stayed with that factor.
So after you make the adjustment, you always go then back in and compare whatever the results of an adjustment on the land value is back to the actual sales data that you catalog?
Yes.
Just so it's clear, if we were, for example, to take a look at a waterfront study from one of the examples, we can go to Town Exhibit 10 and find a waterfront study at page 48, for example. Well, let's actually go to one that's a little earlier than that. Bill, can you help me find the waterfront study in this? No, let's just go do a waterfront study here. If we go to page 40 on this, Paul, the waterfront and water influence study that at least what Mike Rogers has here for the study that he did.
Yes.
This includes not only direct waterfront properties, does it not, but also properties that he catalogs into the water influence?
Yes.
So if we go down the list, for example, we can see there's properties at Higgins, 6 Houghton Street, and we go down to Claudia Way. We go down a little bit further in red. There's actually a couple of condominiums included down there, are there not?
Yes.
So the waterfront influence here is a broader group of water influence and waterfront properties than what you did for each of the 3 neighborhoods that are the subject of discussion tonight.
Yes.
I have no further questions of Mr. Lesperance at this time.
I'd like to do some recross if the board would.
Normally, Attorney Schumedine, we do not do another recross. You'll have a chance to present your case and bring up points that you want to bring up. But if we do that, then there'll be another redirect, there'll be another recross. So I would, especially for the sake of time, I'd rather you make your points when you present your case.
Sure. Well,
Okay.
all right. I mean, I'm asking and the board is turning me down. Is that just for the record?
Okay.
If that's
Yeah, what are you looking for?
10 minutes, maybe?
I'd say a strict 10 minutes.
Right. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we just have, maybe we have some questions here first, then we'll adhere to, them, okay with that, a 10-minute.
Are we still with the check?
Yeah. And, right, that's a good point. As far as your case and your, maybe an idea of the length of that and how long it's gonna, I'm just trying to kind of manage some time here.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I think we're probably gonna be similar in time to what the assessor's done.
Okay.
You know, and with respect to the recross, I'm willing to, I mean, if the board says no, then I understand that, but if the board wants to give a strict time limit, I'll adhere to that as well. I'm just,
I mean, I'm hesitant to say no, because I certainly want, but I'm also hesitant to
Well,
see it
I
go back and
recognize-
forth like a ping pong ball here, and,
I recognize where the board's coming
yeah.
from.
Does anybody have any questions,
Question for the chair.
yeah.
Are we adhering to our rule that we're not
Yeah.
hearing any more evidence after 10:30?
Well,
Or are we going to hear?
I think we're gonna try to hear as much as we can. That's what I was trying to figure out on a management time. I don't wanna have him stop in the middle of anything,
I just want
get comfortable. Any questions? I just have a couple here. On the report by the state, I think this, just for clarification for me, I think, Rob, you could probably answer this, or Paul. You know, where we have the assessment review reports that we've been going through.
T10?
Yeah, T10's fine. Some of the years, you know, they'll be 2004, 2005, 2006, or 2011, 2012. Some have SV on the top,
State valuation.
and some don't, though. Why is there...
It's a state farm,
Okay,
They
I
probably
just
start
wondered if
putting
that had anything, was that
but it's
specific
all,
to anything?
it's all state valuation
All right,
by that year.
okay. I was just curious.
What mine all have it, I don't know what year are you looking at?
T4, Paul, doesn't have SV on it for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Or 837, for
Oh.
instance, that has none of that on it. I was just wondering.
It's a state farm, so.
Yep, I know it was a state farm. I was just wondering if it meant something different, or I didn't know what that meant.
I don't think so.
All right.
They just,
Paul, could you walk me through, Attorney Schumidine was talking about the different categories of valuation. I guess there was 4 different, at one point 4, I think, with the Pine Point and Higgins Beach.
I think at Pine Point there was 4.
Pine Point has 4, right, okay. And he was talking about starting off with the basics of the percentage of a fractional acre, and then, could you just explain that, the different categories to us here?
The fractional acre is the same, has nothing to do with the neighborhood, okay, it's the same
Right.
acreage. I believe the 4, do you want to turn that? If I remember correctly, the 4 he was talking about, one was the riverfront, the waterfront, I believe the interior here, and then I think the B1 zone, right? Are those the 4?
No, it's close. The 4, are the riverfront that's in blue, the riverfront that's in white, and then the oceanfront that's in Pillsbury Shores that's in blue, and then the remaining shorefront of Pine Point. Those were the 4 that we discussed.
4, okay. Well, I think I said that, so I must have said 5 when I included the B1.
I think you included the interior, and we didn't before, though. I think that was a big difference.
Okay, those are the 4. And the zone line is here, so I'm assuming that's the difference. It's an R4 zone. So it does go to a different land schedule. Again, it's trying to come up at market value, but it's because they're in an R4 zone, you can have 4 lots per acre. Whereas at Pillsbury Shores, you can only have 2 lots per acre, so it's an R2 zone. So it's a different land schedule. Same basic curve in that half an acre is valued at X. An acre won't be twice as much in the R4 zone. It will be higher, but not proportionate to size. In the same vein, if a lot is smaller, it's assessed for less, but not proportionate to size. Square foot cost is higher on a smaller lot.
Right.
lower on a larger lot, but a higher assessment. I don't know if that answered your question, or...
I think so. Basically, my question was, on those you value those 4 different areas based on, is it strictly just zoning, is it strictly just...
Well, it's on location. 2 of them are zoning, the blue
Right.
here and here.
And there's a B1 zone up there, right?
That's location, and that's location. That's interior, that's riverfront, lower land value. These are all pretty close, except that one's R2, one's R4. I'd have to go in and, I've never gone in and moved a lot from Pillsbury Shores to see what the value would be in the R4 zone. I've never done that anywhere in town. It's...
All right, okay. I think that would answer it. And the other question I had for Attorney Schumidine, you know when you went through the report, the assessment review report, and you were breaking out percentages of the number of sales that were outside of the...
I think I was giving the number that were inside the 10%, but, yes.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
That's how you look at it. One, you number the inside
Right.
was 62 or 51 or whatever,
right,
but then the rest of the remainder was outside of it.
that's
correct?
right.
All right. So the numbers we were getting were, say, they averaged, you know, I'm not saying the average, but some are 50, some are 60, whatever. I guess my question to you on that your whole strategy there, were you suggesting that the state's report is flawed somehow?
Yeah, I am, and I'm gonna get into it in more detail during my case.
Okay. All
I
right.
also was meaning to suggest, and I'll argue it later, but that if you look at the numbers, if you're residential or combined, your numbers are in the 60% range in terms of properties that are within the 10%. If you're waterfront, it's between 40 and 50. So there's a significant difference between the 2 categories of property under those studies.
Okay. All right, thank you. And why don't we give you 10 minutes?
I actually will try to be not 10 minutes.
Okay, great.
Okay, Mr. Lesperance, I just want to ask a couple of quick questions. With respect to A43, which is the exhibit that I gave you that shows the sales that were present in your November of 2012 letter. That's right? You got it?
Yes.
Those are all sales that came from you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you later excluded lot number 97, which is 10 Driftwood Lane. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was due to information that you received some point after April 1, 2012. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to excess land, I think you testified that the market doesn't necessarily give you a commensurate bump with the amount of additional acreage you get. Have I got it accurately what you testified?
I'm not sure. Repeat it
All right.
again?
Well, let me try it a different way. It is true that if the minimum lot size is 1 acre and you have 2.5 acres, that's going to probably be worth more than 1.99 acres.
And the assessment is higher.
Okay, but it would be worth more, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the assessment reflects that.
But under the excess land provision, the excess land is not assessed according to your square root of the fractional acre, is it?
Correct.
It's assessed some other different way.
Correct.
Okay, the last series of questions I want to ask is about the state report. So Mike Rogers is the one who reviews your work
Yes.
in the state. So he's the one who signs off on all of your reports,
On all my commitments, yes.
commitments, okay? So, in effect, under T10, if you were to find that you made an error, you'd also finding that he made an error in signing off on your prior reports.
Well, I didn't, you talking 2011?
I'm just asking the question.
I would say no,
Okay.
because he's doing 1 year at a time. So
Okay,
if he found fault with 2012, it would not affect 2011.
fair enough. Okay, now you mark some sales as ones that you can't use, is that correct? When you report them to the state.
Yes.
How often does Mr. Rogers challenge your assertion of whether a sale is or is not usable?
Not too often, because I pretty much go by their guidelines.
Okay, so pretty much anything you say, he's going with.
Because I go by their direction, yes.
Okay, and actually, I want to do one last thing, and then I'll be done. You said one sale doesn't make a market, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Now, if we look at this slide, which again is fine point, you said that your assessment system considers this to be one set of values, is that right?
Yes.
And you have one sale there.
Yes.
Same thing is true here. This is a different set of values and you have one sale there, right?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. 10 o'clock, you'll be presenting your case now, unless we have any questions on the board. We might do that.
I actually have a question with respect to the town's case. There was some indication...
yeah.
Some indication earlier that Mr. Healy would be testifying after my case about T10, which I would object to. Obviously, if they want to have a rebuttal witness, we understand and respect that. But I don't think they can plan now to have a witness testify about T10 without even knowing if I'm even going to talk about it.
No, I think they can cover it. Yeah, we're fine with it. Rob?
That was expressed to me at the break that the pleasure of the board would be that if we were going to go into any detail in T10, that we should do that during our direct case.
Correct.
If it's the pleasure of the board, we can put Bill Healy on and go quickly through some things about that report at this time. What I thought in sort of the normal approach to this was that Bill was primarily a rebuttal witness. We didn't get this report until, I think, after our last proceedings and stuff, so I hadn't thought that part through. But if it's the pleasure of the board and you'd like to learn more about T10 from Bill's perspective, we can do that, right now.
Yeah, I think that would be the best way to go. That way, he can be cross-examined by his attorney Shermadine properly.
Sure.
Okay?
Good. Bill.
Have you got it?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm here tonight to discuss Mike Rogers' report to the town on Paul's revaluation in 2012. The reason that I was asked to do this is my specialty is sales analysis. Thank you.
What I've asked Sue to circulate around is Bill's, I'll call this his curriculum vitae. And Bill, while that's being cycled around, I'm sure everybody's interested in your background and experience, and so I just wanted to touch on a few pieces here.
We have a number for that, Rob.
But, this will have to be marked as, let's put this in as Town 11. Bill, can you just come to tell us a little bit, you've, I think, included, or just concluded 3 months as your
Yes.
Position here as the full-time assessor for the town of Scarborough. What we've identified in this proceeding as Town Exhibit 11 is a summary of your experience and qualifications related to the assessment work that you do. And just by way of reference here, if you could just touch on a few of the points there and tell us how you got involved in the work and valuation, all the way from your appraisal experience, all the way up to how you come to hold your current job.
Sure. I'll be brief on this. I started in the appraisal industry back in 1991, doing fee appraisal work with the Ansco Appraisal Company in Saco. From there, I went to Paris Appraisal Service in South Paris, Maine, where I started as a staff appraiser and became partner. In and around 1997, it was a small office, pretty much enough work for one person, not enough for two. I decided to jump into the assessing field. There was an appraiser position open in the town of Old Orchard Beach, and I went there and worked there for 3 years. From Old Orchard Beach, I took the assessor's position with the town of Cumberland, and in 2004, Cumberland and Yarmouth decided to do a shared services agreement, so I was the assessor for both those towns. When Paul decided he was going to retire, I determined it'd probably be a good opportunity for me to come here. I like the diversity of property. The challenge of doing a lot more commercial work here really intrigued me.
And Bill, in addition to your assessing experience here, you also are, as I understand it, an active participant in the Maine Association of Assessing Officers and the International Association of Assessing Officers. Are there any other groups that you're involved with?
We have Northeast Regional Association of Assessing Officers. I was past vice president.
And do you hold any offices, or have you held any offices in those other positions?
For the Maine assessors, I was president in 2006 and 2007, and I'm currently the Membership Services Committee Chair for IAAO, which is our International Association of Assessing Officers.
And in your role as assessors, I'm assuming that you've listed a number of appraisal and other qualifications and courses that you do. You're adept on these things, and you're involved in the committees and the training and the other experience? Yeah, I'm the education chair also for the Maine Association of Assessing Officers, so I set up our annual conference every year. Now, I'd like to call your attention to Town Exhibit 10. And we previously entered in this proceeding Town Exhibit 9, which is the transmittal letter that you received on August 23rd, 2013. Yes. From a gentleman named David Heydrich at the Maine government, at the state of Maine and stuff. And enclosed in that transmittal to you was Town Exhibit 10. And that was, again, it was after we convened the hearings here some weeks ago. Had you had conversations with the person who produced this report, Mike Rogers, about this report? I did. I spoke with Mike Rogers in depth about this report, which we anticipated getting much sooner than we actually did. Mike told me he did a thorough analysis of before and after of the increases that Paul's made, and looked at the relevant assessment year, which was sales from July 1st, 2011 to June 30th, 2012. And he did a validation check of sales that happened from July 1st, 12 to June 30, 13, which is unusual, but he was trying to validate the information and review of Paul's increase in his revaluation. Now, as you go through the first part of the report, the first couple of pages are a summary of the study and the results that Mike Rogers was reporting to David Ledoux, who's the director of Maine Revenue Services. Correct. And Dave has been there for a number of years. Do you know him? I do know Dave very well. Okay, and so he's got the oversight of the Property Tax Division of Maine Revenue Services, if I understand that correctly? That's correct. And Mike is the supervisor of municipal services. What are municipal services? What Mike is in charge of is making sure that the reps that come out to each municipality are doing their jobs. So what Mike does is he analyzes the sales analysis and reviews that those individuals do. So Mike is their supervisor. Just so happens that because Dave Bouffard, who does our area, lives in Scarborough,
He doesn't do the analysis here, Mike Rogers does it himself.
On the first page of the report, there's some summary determination that's been advised to and also testified by Mr. Lesperance. And then flipping the page over, just because we want to keep this moving along, there's starting at the bottom of the second page of Mike's memo to Dave Ledoux, there's a reference here to a study conducted of all improved parcels occurring from July 1st, 2011 through June 30th, 2012. And I think Paul indicated that his experience was that Maine Revenue Service looked at that time period related to sales.
That is correct.
And that's the standard that they use?
Right.
Year in, year out? Has it always been your experience the same?
Same.
Now, how does that correspond with the April 1st doom or drop-dead date that we always hear about in assessment practice?
Well, of course, his most recent analysis, which we just received, I believe it's T4A, is our April 1st, 2013, April 1st, 2014 state valuation, which is based on sales that took place July 1st, 2011 through June 30th, 2012. And again, that is the relevant year that we're talking about.
Relevant time frame in terms
Correct.
of sales activity, monitoring them, and all those things.
Right.
It says here, a study was conducted of all improved parcels from July 1, 2011 through June 30th, 2012. The study was then segregated into categorical classes, the first being residential properties. And those are the classes that were the subject examination of Mr. Lesperance, the residential study, the waterfront study, condominium study, whatever other studies that are on these reports for assessment review.
Correct.
And then he says, further studies segregated condominiums, commercial property, and sales with water influence. This review of sales within respective categories is a comparison analysis of the local assessed values in relationship to the actual sales price of the individual properties. Results are as follows. Now, the studies that follow, this is the work of Maine Revenue Services, right?
That is correct.
You, as the assessor, give what information that goes into this?
Sales data.
Sales data?
Yeah, we give Maine Revenue Services our sales data, which we do annually. Typically, it's about this time of year that we turn in what they call the turnaround document. It's an annual report that we provide Maine Revenue Services. It's all sales that have taken place within the town of Scarborough. We go through the list ourselves, determine which sales are valid, which sales are invalid. Typically, you might find an invalid sale is something that changed from the assessment date, from the sale date to the assessment date. Somebody buys a vacant lot, puts a new house on it, we would disqualify that sale because it's not reflective of what the property was when it sold. Now, there may be an estate sale where, the parties, not an arm's length transaction because there may be undue influence amongst the family members to sell the property at a loss, if you will.
Bill, I'm showing you what's been marked in these proceedings as Town Exhibit A. And this is, I will characterize it, what it says on the top, instructions, sales analysis, return. What is this?
This is the part of the instruction sheet for the turnaround document, the annual turnaround document. And essentially what it says is we have the ability to review the sales and make a determination if they're arm's length transactions or not. It has been my experience that at least, and I can't answer for Paul because I haven't dealt with Mike Rogers yet on this, but my experience is I've been questioned on at least half a dozen sales of why'd you leave that one out, why'd you leave that one out, why'd you leave, and you have to keep notes. You have to have valid data as to why you excluded a sale. And our notes, which I know Sue is working on this year's return right now, as a matter of fact, we discuss, okay, if it's invalid, why? What happened? Family, interfamily sale, property different between sale date and assessment, or for any one of these other categories that may be listed here.
So let's turn our attention now to T10 and go down a little bit more to the detail. At the bottom of the first page, it talks about a sales ratio analysis, a combined study. That's point number 1.
Yep.
Point number 2, residential. Point number 3, waterfront and water influence. Point number 4, condominium. Point number 5, commercial. And then it gives the time period
Mhm.
related to the sales, the number of the sales, and the ratios as teased out of each of those analyses. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if we start with the first one that's identified as point one on the bottom of page 2 and going over, this is the combined study.
Right.
This is all sales within the taxing jurisdiction
Mhm.
that qualify
Right.
based on T8
Correct.
standards, at least
That's
that Mike Rogers agrees with you should be included in the sales.
Right.
Now, as an assessor, Bill, do you try to be as inclusive as possible on sales?
Absolutely. You want as many sales as possible in an array when you're doing a statistical analysis. The more data you have, the better. So there's no question you want more sales rather than less. So you want to be inclusive.
It's not like you just don't like a sale because it
Right.
doesn't agree with your assessment, and then you try to not include it?
That's correct.
So the first study, the combined study, looked at, for purposes of the preliminary 2014 state valuation, and came up with 270 sales, an average ratio of 102%, along with assessment quality rating of 10.
Yes.
And we had some discussion and testimony before, a ratio targeted when the overall town is 102%,
Mhm.
close to 100%, and a quality rating of 10, well below the standard or the cutoff, if you
Correct.
will, of concern
Yep.
of 20. The next one that's identified in this document is the sales residential for that same time period.
Mhm.
195 sales, resulting in average rating of 102%, along with a quality rating of 10.
Correct.
So that one is, in essence, very similar in outcome to the combined study.
Right.
Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. When the majority of your sales are outside or not waterfront, water-influenced properties, it's going to drive the ratios, there's no question about that. So the fact that the overall is similar to the residential study does not surprise me at all.
And I think what Mr. Lesperance testified either last week or, I think it was last week, so 8,500 parcels in town, about
Yes.
6,500 of them are residential parcels.
Correct.
The next one's waterfront and water influenced.
Mhm.
Your understanding of waterfront and water influenced is what?
Well, in the study that they do, is anything, or any property that is impacted by water, either near the water, on the water, has a water view, or in some cases, I guess they include condominiums too in this analysis.
And so the study here was 32 sales
Yep.
within the time period, average ratio of 99%, along with a rating of assessment quality of 14.
Mhm.
How does that compare to the overall study, the combined study?
Well, it comes in a little lower, but still solid when you're considering that 100% is the goal.
And the sales period involved there from 7/2/11 to 6/2012 would include the adjustments that were
That Paul had made.
subject of
Yes.
tonight.
Mhm.
The next one, number 4, is the condominium sales, 33 sales resulting in an average rate of 102 with a rating of assessment quality of 5.
Mhm.
And the last one is commercial, not the subject
Right.
of the proceedings tonight. Now, after this, Mr. Rogers advances the following in the next paragraph. Some of the foregoing studies include a limited sampling of particular geographical areas or realty class. They all contain reasonable proportional accounting of the various classes of property located throughout the community and depict consistent assessment ratios accompanied by very acceptable levels of equity. What does that mean to you as an assessor?
Well, that means that what he found was that the ratios and the overall quality of the assessments in town were within state standards, within acceptable limits.
Consistent assessment ratios accompanied by very acceptable levels of equity?
Yes.
How do you measure equity with the numbers up above, ratios and quality rating?
Well, what you do is you take your total sample of sales, you subtract the actual ratio of the sale from the average assessment ratio. The difference is called the deviation. What you do is then you add all the separate deviations together, divide it by the total number of sales in the analysis. You then divide that number by the average ratio to come up with a quality rating. So if you have a 13 or 14% quality rating, that means the majority of your sales are within a 14% of the average ratio. So you may have some outliers, but that's not uncommon, and that's why in a sales analysis we typically look at the central tendency of the sales data. So you're going to leave out highs and lows. That's what the state does. And that's the way they teach the process. In, Maine Revenue Services Basic Course 1, they show you, as a beginning assessor, how to do a sales analysis.
Do you concur with Mr. Lesperance's statement that the sales don't follow your assessments have to follow the sales?
That is correct.
Now, the next paragraph is a statement by Mr. Rogers to talk about the assessment levels of the 2012 unit land value adjustments, and then he indicates that he focuses on 3 water influence areas of stated concern by conducting separate segregated studies encompassing 2 sales periods.
Mhm.
Again, the 7/1/2011 period, 6/30/2012 period, and the 7/1/2012 into 6/30/2013 period. Now, for purposes of this evening's discussion, we're focused on April 1st, 2012.
Correct.
What's the purpose of looking at the second time period? In other words, sales from July of 2012 to June of 2013, as you understand it?
The true test of whether or not increases can be validated are the results of the analysis that he did for 2012, 2013. Paul made his adjustments for April 1st, 2012. The only true way to test them is to see how they compare to current assessments, or current sales, I should say.
So in other words, you set the assessments, and then you let the market respond.
That's
And the
correct.
market's going to tell you, based on the reviews that Mr. Schumedine went through with Mr. Lesperance,
Mhm.
whether you're on target or off.
Correct.
The segregated studies concentrate and divide the annual waterfront and water influence studies into 2 separate studies using 2012 values, and then duplicates the study using the former pre-2011 assessment. What's he talking about there?
Well, what he did is he said, okay, I'm going to analyze the sales that were the subject, again, of our appeal, the sales that took place between July 1st, 2011 and June 30th, 2012. What he did is he said, okay, I'm going to review the assessments that were changed, but I'm now also going to compare them to, what if we hadn't changed them? What would the results have been? Would they have been different? And that's what he looked at in the 2 separate analyses. And then he did the same analysis again for the July 1/12 through 6/30/13 sales. This is what they came, with the adjustments, this is what they were, and if you hadn't adjusted them, this is what they would have been.
Okay. So there's some more summaries on here and some more results in here, but what I'd like to do is maybe go right into the studies
Yep.
and have you guide us through those. First of all, let's stop at page 1 and 2, a few pages back, the large graphs there. What's your understanding, what's being portrayed there? Bill?
I don't have that graph.
Oh. Sorry.
Well, it's clear that the residential portion of our property is a huge part of the tax base.
So there's some changes that are identified in how the
Yep.
whole tax base
Right.
changed from year to year.
Exactly.
Your 10 or more experiences of assessing, is it unusual to have changes like this from year to year?
No, I mean, that happens.
Based on market, based on transactions?
Exactly.
Based on things being built,
Right.
things being torn down?
Yep.
Let's go to the preliminary 2004 state valuation, which is at page 3, following the 2 graphs.
Okay.
You have that in front of you,
I do.
Bill?
Yep.
Okay, now, we'll notice in here that this first combined study, and I think Mr. Schumedine asked Mr. Lesperance about this,
Yep.
has 270 sales
Mhm.
included, cataloged. So these would be the sales that went through the process that you qualified according to T8, and then Mr. Rogers agreed were appropriate sample.
Correct.
And then there's a line partway down on page 3,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And then if we flip down a little bit further, all the way over to page
Yep.
6, which is again all part of this analysis, there's another break
Yep.
in that. The properties that are above that break and the properties that are below that break are what?
Those are the outliers. What you're looking at is, in any statistical analysis, you want to analyze the central tendency to find the average ratio, the most common ratio, within that grouping of sales.
Now, in Mr. Schumedine's questions to Mr. Lesperance, the point was made that there were a number of sales that were cataloged here were outside of the 10% from 100%, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the cutoff here is somewhere between one property and another, which are both at a ratio of 89%.
Yeah.
And a deviation of 13.
Correct.
What's going on here?
This is simply an analysis of the central data. The state leaves out a certain number of sales that are above the mean, and then certain that are below. But they focus solely on that central group of sales data, even if it means a ratio might be the same as part of the main group, if you will.
And if we look at, quickly at page 6 and quickly at page 3 here, it looks like the state has cut out the first 40 sales.
Yep.
Cataloged here, and the last 40 sales. And then focused in on the middle. Now, let's go up to the top here and just help the board and everybody understand exactly what these different factors and different categories are.
Well, the top left number, which is 98%, is the weighted average. That's the average of all the sales in this analysis.
All 270.
All 200, yeah, plus.
So if we took the ratio starting on page 3 of 58, and then we went over to page 6 and got the last sale off of this at 1.42, then the average of all of those sales together would be the 98%.
That is correct.
All right, so that's the weighted average. And the average ratio deals with which part of this study?
Again, the central tendency, which is what you look at in a statistical analysis when you're trying to determine ratio, deviation, and equity.
And the average ratio in this study, looking at the center part, below the upper quartile and not with the lower quartile, goes from sales 42 all the way to 229, correct? And the sum of those ratios divided by the number of sales in that block gives you the average ratio?
Correct, 102%.
Now, the average deviation
Yes.
is that's similar to the weighted average, correct?
That is correct. It's all of the sales.
It's the deviation from all the sales,
Right.
right? Totaled up,
Right.
divided by the number of sales. You can see over to the
Yep.
right there, that little shorthand, the division.
That is correct.
So we went and added up all those deviations from 44 all the way on page 6 to the other, I guess, 40 on the deviation.
Yes.
That those would sum up to 2,613. Divide that by 270, there's your average deviation.
That is correct.
Whole sample size.
Right.
And then the quality rating is a relationship of a couple of these factors, right?
It is.
And what is it?
It's the average deviation divided by the average ratio, otherwise known as a coefficient of dispersion.
And why is that important?
Well, it's important because our minimum assessing standard is 20% quality rating. So if we're looking at our overall quality of assessment, you want to make sure that that number's under 20, and of course here it's a 10. And the reason that's so important is that the greater the deviation, the greater the coefficient of dispersion or the quality rating, the more inequity you have. So that's why the state has determined that 20 is the maximum level of assessment quality that you can have. Once you get above 20, you start having some real issues with equity. Anything, as Paul mentioned earlier, 20 and below is acceptable. 10 and below is really outstanding.
Mr. Healy, if we go, Bill, we go to, skip a few pages, and let's go right to the waterfront and water influence analysis for the 2014 state valuation. That's on page 11 following.
Yes.
Same template of study that you just went through.
Yep.
We have the weighted average, which has all of the sales included here, all 32.
Right.
Average ratio looks at that band from sales 6 to 27.
Correct.
Average deviation being all of the deviations on the right summed up. And then the quality rating being that relationship between the average deviation, right?
That's correct.
And the average ratio, right? 14 divided into 1990, or into 99, right?
Right, that's correct.
14 divided by 99%. Okay. So later on in the report, at pages 14 through I believe it's 39. This is data that was provided to Mike Rogers for purposes of this study.
Correct.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. L'Esperance about this data?
I did.
And these were ones that were supplied to Mr. Rogers for purposes of his review and analysis?
That's correct.
Let's flip over to page 40, and I'd like to have you run through
Okay.
for the board what's going on in this study.
If you look at the analysis, there's different highlighting in colors. The black standard print is those assessments that did not change. The red print are those assessments that were reduced. The bold black print are those that saw an increase. In this analysis, are all combined.
So they're all combined in here, all sales, whether they stayed the same, whether they went down, or whether they went up, with the
Correct.
adjustments that Paul put in place for the 2012 assessment.
Right.
And what's the result of the study show?
Well, you have a weighted average of 96, an average ratio of 99, average deviation of 13, and a quality rating of 13.
So in looking at this as an assessor, does this suggest that the adjustments that Mr. L'Esperance made were off base or on target?
On target.
Now, the combined ratio that we learned early on in our first review of the study was 102%.
That's correct.
How does this result of 100%, or moving towards 100%, compare with that 102%?
Oh, it was within acceptable limits, within 3% of the overall ratio of the town.
Does
A little lower still, but within acceptable
So
limits.
water's not quite coming in the same as the overall
Correct.
ratio in the town?
Mhm.
Does it suggest that the waterfront might be just still a little bit low? Maybe the adjustment was a little shy
Well,
of meeting
as
the mark?
compared to the rest of the town, as far as the overall ratio goes, yes.
Now, the next study at page 41 is a different set of
Yeah.
inputs, is it not?
It is. These are the properties that stayed the same or saw a reduction in value.
Now, when Mr. L'Esperance was testifying before about the river property, you were here for that, right?
Yep. Mhm.
And that, the reason that the blue doesn't go up into the river and there's all these white areas in there, that there was no change on those properties?
Right.
Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, take us through what's on page 41, if you can.
Okay, again, these are the properties that stayed the same or saw a reduction in value. And you can see weighted average is 100%. The average ratio of the central tenancy is 104. The average deviation is 15, and the quality rating is 14. May, at first glance, say, well, 104, but you gotta remember the overall town ratio is 102. So in this case, we're a little high on, but only by 2% on the high side. So again, still within acceptable limits, given a quality rating of 14.
And does this show that ones that went down or stayed the same should have been adjusted or not?
No. If anything, it indicates that they were a little on the high side still, yet not too high considering state standards.
So in other words, these are properties that either went down with the 2012 values or stayed the same with the 2012 values. And this study would suggest what?
That not making adjustments was the correct approach to take.
Because if these had been adjusted like the other ones,
Yep.
the ratios wouldn't come out
That's
this
correct.
close to the combined.
That is
correct?
correct. Yeah.
Now let's flip the page over to 42. And what's this one?
These are the properties that saw an increase in valuation.
So these are the ones, the black,
Yep.
bold print are the
Mhm.
ones that all, after the adjustments were made, identified as having increases in the assessment from 2011 to 2012?
That's correct.
And what does this study show you as an assessor?
Well, it shows that, we have a weighted average of 93, average ratio of 93, average deviation of 9, and a quality rating of 10. So that means that they're a little low on average, but equitable, with a 10% quality rating.
So in other words, it's reasonably tightly banded, the sample,
Correct.
but as compared to the overall assessment of 103%,
It's still under by about 9% on them,
Maybe a little shy.
maybe a little shy.
Does that suggest that the assessment made these properties closer to the mark or further away from the mark by the adjustments?
Well, that would indicate that it's closer to the mark based on our next group of analysis that we did.
And was the quality rating improved from before versus in 2011 on the
Yes.
waterfront and waterfront influence studies?
Yes.
Improved from what to what?
Quality rating, based on Mike's analysis, improved by 1 percentage point from 11 to 10.
So 11 to 10,
Correct.
moving in the right direction in terms of
Right.
more tightly banded. Okay, now let's turn over to page 43, and what's this one?
This is the analysis of the same grouping of sales, the 31 sales that were in the analysis we just went over. But this indicates, okay, what would have happened if the assessments weren't increased or changed or reduced? The first page, number 43, again, is all the sales together again. What you can see is a weighted average of 91, average ratio of 95, and deviation 20, quality rating 21, which is above one of the minimum assessing standards.
So this study then compares the assessments as if Paul's 2012 adjustments were not changed.
That's correct.
And it compares them as against what group of sales? The ones that are included in the 2014
state valuation.
state valuation.
Mhm.
So the average ratio here is 95%,
Correct.
but what about the quality rating?
That's not good. So that means our variation from the average is greater than you'd like to see it, considerably. I mean, like I said, 20 is the maximum. This is 21. Your goal is anywhere from 10 to 14 is really pretty good. If you're getting up around 19, 20, you should be really taking a look at the assessments.
And the overall quality rating that's on page 3 earlier that we saw for the entire town was 10,
Correct.
and this one, by not imposing the changes, makes a quality rating go to 21?
That's correct.
Let's look at page 44. And 44 is what?
It's the second grouping of properties that remain the same or, well, of course, went down in Paul's assessment, but this is now making an assumption that the changes were not made, the values were not reduced. They still stayed the same. The ones in the standard black print stayed the same, but the ones in red that were reduced in the previous analysis were not reduced in this analysis.
And what does the result tell you? What does this suggest is, what's the outcome of this
Well, the
study?
outcome is that it's 5% higher than the analysis that indicated where the changes were made, and the quality rating is up around 19% as compared to 14%.
14% on
Yeah.
page 41.
Right.
So the tendency here is the ratio has slipped a bit,
Yep,
and the quality rating has slipped a bit,
that's correct.
by about 30% almost, the quality rating, right?
Right.
The next one is page 45, and what's this one?
This is the, again, the sales that had been increased, but in the previous analysis, but back in this one, Mike's making the assumption that they weren't increased. And what this shows is a ratio of 79%, and a quality rating of 11. Now that in itself, you'd say, why would you change it? Good quality rating. But what it also shows is that not only, that all of the properties in this group, for the most part, are equally underassessed.
By having a low quality rating, tight banding,
Yeah.
but then having the ratio different means that these are all sort of in line,
Correct.
the deviation
Right.
from other properties.
Correct.
And 79% as compared to the 102 on page 3,
Yep,
right?
that's correct.
So 3%
Yep,
differential between these properties and the overall in town without the adjustments, correct?
that's correct.
All right, now, Paul had the next chart up here,
Mhm.
summarizing the results that we've just gone
Yeah.
through. 2011 on the right-hand side, 2012 on the left-hand side. From an assessor, Mr. Healy, tell us what this means.
Well, it's pretty evident that the 2011 assessments, when adjusted, create a much tighter assessment ratio as compared to the rest of the town, with nearly all of them, I mean, within, well, again, except for the waterfront, water influence properties that saw an increase of within a couple percentage points of the overall town ratio.
And the chart here, going from the right to the left, the green is the water influence that had properties that increased
That's correct.
in 2012. And when those adjustments were input, it shows you on the left that, in fact, that percentage of ratio improved from 79 to 93%. Is that
Correct.
right? And then the water influence ones that stayed the same or
Or went
less,
down.
which are the
Yeah.
red columns,
Yep,
those change a little bit from 2011 to 2012?
certainly did, for the
By
better.
about 5%, but again, closer to 100%.
Right.
Now, the next section of the report, starting at page 47, Mr. Healy, if you can
Yeah.
tell us what's going on here.
Sure. What Mr. Rogers did here was, this is his verification of the revaluation that Paul did. This is looking ahead at sales that took place between July 1st, 2012 and June 30th, 2013. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the only way to actually test if valuation changes work is how they play out in the market, assessment to sale price ratios. And that's what Mike did in this analysis.
And so for combined waterfront, overall waterfront water influence, he picked up 27 sales
Right.
during that time period from July 1st of 2012 to June 30th of 2013.
That's correct.
And he cataloged them here,
Mm-hmm.
and red is properties that went down in value,
Yep,
and the black bold is ones that went up in value,
correct.
and the ones that are in the normal font stayed the same.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the impact of this study, and what does it tell you as an assessor?
Well, you can see that the overall ratio of these properties is 96%, which is very good with a quality rating of 13. What this shows me is that, you know, the adjustments that were made were validated in the future sales that took place after the property values were increased.
So overall, this is a 96% ratio.
Yep.
At page 40, we had a 99% ratio.
Right.
At page 3, we had a 102% ratio.
Mhm.
And the trend in this showing again, in your view?
That we may still be a little under on the water and water influence properties, but again, within acceptable limits of state standards.
And the quality rating on this being 13, acceptable?
Very good. Mhm.
Let's turn to page 48. 48's the one that I think we had a problem with in some copies, but Sue tells me that everybody's got a page 48 now.
Mhm.
And this is a study, as I understand it, same time period of sales cast against the 2012 adjustments, where the adjustments indicated values going down or staying the same.
Correct.
And what does this tell you as an assessor?
Well, this shows that the adjustments that were 104% in the previous analysis are now 98%. I should say the negative adjustments are 98%, and the ones that stayed the same. So it just, again, further validates that properties that were decreased needed to be decreased, and those that needed to stay the same, unchanged, needed to not be adjusted.
So as an assessor, this suggests that when Mr. L'Esperance decided not to include some properties in adjustment ups or kept properties the same, that was validated by this study?
That's correct.
So in other words, the crosshairs that he had for April 1st, 2012, checked by 2013 data,
Yes,
went into 2013, say that he was cited in pretty well?
that's correct.
And the last one here on page 49,
Is the waterfront, water influence properties that saw an increase in value.
and what's the result of this study tell you as an assessor?
Well, it further validates, again, that the increases that were made were not only warranted, they may have been a little on the low side. Quality rating is excellent at 12%.
So the ratio here would suggest that for waterfront, 2012 values that were changed as contrasted with 2013, or the next period of sales, identifies an overall, a ratio for these of 96% as compared to all other property in the town of 102%?
Actually, it's 93.
93%?
So, yep. Because the weighted average is 96, but the average ratio is 93.
Okay, so this would be 93.
Mm-hmm.
And how does that compare with the rest of the town, the overall ratio?
Well, it's about 9% below our current. The difficult thing today is to determine what our actual residential ratio will be. The trend to me is that it's going to be closer to 100 than 102.
So a little bit low.
A little bit low.
Compared to where you expect the actual overall ratio when
Right.
it finally lands for this year?
Correct.
And then the quality rating here suggests what to you?
Equitable assessments, within a tight band of the average ratio.
Now, if we flip the page and go over to page 50, do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what does that tell us?
Well, again, this is a further validation check that Mike Rogers performed on the sales. What he did is he said, okay, I'm going to use that same additional 27 sales that happened between July 12 and June 30, 13, but I'm going to make the assumption that the assessments were not changed.
So in other words, the adjustments made in 2012 didn't come in, and this is going to contrast that with another sales period, the later sales period?
Correct.
And what does the result of page 50 tell you as an assessor?
Well, that you would have been short. 91%, quality rating of 15. Just on the bubble, possibly. Different sales group of being 10% outside the ratio. But certainly the quality rating validates what was done.
And as compared to overall in the town, though, we're falling a little bit from the town's 102%?
Right. And again, we need to be cautious is that we really, this is the analysis that we have not certified yet. And I'm quite sure, based on my review of the sales, that it's going to be 100 instead of 102 overall this year. I think it's safer to say that, it's 9% from the overall ratio.
Okay.
Yep.
And the next study would tell us what?
Is again the grouping of sales that stayed the same and went down. Again, making the assumption that the assessment was the same as it was in 2011. Not much fluctuation here. Again, there was only a handful of sales that actually decreased, but you have a 99% ratio with a quality rating of 13. So kind of further validates that grouping really didn't need to be addressed. And if anything, the assessments that went down only helped the quality rating.
And finally, let's take our look at page 52 and tell us, Mr. Healy, what page 52 is all about.
Well, these are the waterfront water influence sales that part of this second grouping, second analysis by Mike Rogers, properties that had seen an increase, but for the sake of this analysis, we're using the 2011 unchanged assessment. And again, what it proves is that the ratio of that grouping of properties would have been 80%, which, based on our best estimates, is going to be 20% below the town ratio. And again, it also shows that the equity in these assessments is pretty tight. Even though they were at 80%, most of them are within an acceptable limit of that 80%. So that means, as a group, they're all underassessed, pretty much by the same margin.
So quality rating of 14, banded closely together, but these sales as compared to where you think that the overall ratio is going to be in the town are at 80%.
Right.
based on, again, comparing and contrasting with the later subject area of sales between July 1st of 2012 and June 30th of 2013.
Correct.
Now, if we turn the page over here, this is a similar graph to what we have
Yeah.
up on the podium here, but this is the contrast
Yeah.
of this new group of sales
Right.
in the following time period.
Mhm.
And as contrasted on the right would be the 2011 values without the adjustments
Correct.
that were made in 2012.
Mhm.
And on the left, if I understand it, that's where things based on these adjustments with
Mhm.
another set of sales to validate whether
Right.
those got the crosshairs right on
Mhm.
the target or not, on where the trends were going.
That's correct.
And can you just tell us broadly where the improvements are from
Well,
going from the right to the left?
You can see that there's actually the ratio of the properties that either went down or stayed the same dropped by a percentage point. The properties that saw an increase went up 13%, which again gets us a lot closer to 100%. And if anything, your whole grouping of properties of sales in town are much tighter, near the 100% target.
Now, Mr. Healy, we had some discussions here about this review by Maine Revenue Services and the other adjustments that were made by Paul.
Mhm.
This is a broader brush
Correct.
approach,
Yeah.
but included in those waterfront studies and other pieces like that would have been the adjustments that Paul made
Right.
for 2012,
Correct.
correct? Because those neighborhoods are part
Right.
of water influence
Right.
and waterfront properties, correct?
Right. So that's what's a little misleading when you're looking at a broad category of properties, is it doesn't show what one particular area might be doing.
Bill, is there anything else you'd like to tell us about on Town Exhibit 10?
Only that Mike's check was not of Mike's work. Mike's check was of Scarborough's work. I know that came up earlier, and what this does is it reviewed the procedures that Paul implemented to increase valuations. And it was validated by Maine Revenue Services, who is our director, if you will. We answer to the state tax assessor of Maine Revenue Services for any assessment issue. And our guidelines are pretty strictly laid out in statute. 70% minimum ratio, 20% assessment quality maximum. So,
And would there be any advantage that you can think of, Mr. Healy, for Mr. Rogers to want to agree to what Paul did?
none that I can think of. The sales are the sales. You can't fabricate the information.
Thank you. That's all I have of Mr. Healy at this time.
Thank you. Attorney Schuberdine?
Thank you. Okay. Let's start by confirming for the board that you are not Mike Rogers, right?
I am not Mike Rogers.
Okay, so you did not create this report.
I did not.
In fact, you weren't even in Scarborough when the 2012 properties were revalued, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. You've only been on the job for 3 months,
Correct.
so you're the new guy.
The new guy.
Right. So you have no direct experience with creation of the report that's been labeled as T10.
I do not.
Okay. But you do acknowledge that the numbers or the sales in T10 stretch beyond, and in some cases well beyond, April 1, 2012. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And the focus of this proceeding is on the value as of April 1, 2012, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, not some hypothetical later date, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now you said that these water and water influenced properties are extremely broad categories, is that right?
Yes.
So basically, they're too broad to really be relied upon.
I would not say that. That's
All right,
reflective of
that
what...
actually was I'm sorry, I misspoke the question. What you're saying is that you have to take this water and water influence properties with a grain of salt because they are such broad categories. Is that more accurate?
No, what I meant by my broad category definition was that this is all of the properties. It doesn't define a certain neighborhood or certain market, which a neighborhood is categorized by geographic and market conditions, where a neighborhood is not necessarily a geographical area.
Okay, but earlier Paul was saying that we shouldn't look at these reports because his analysis was so much more detailed. Now you're telling us that we should look to this report.
We should look for this report for validation of what was done.
Okay, but again, it extends well beyond April 1, 2012. Is that accurate?
I would say the majority of the sales actually fell prior to April 1st, 2012.
Okay, but 30% fell outside of that. Is that correct?
Right, so 70% were in.
All right, but 30% were out. Now, 30% is a rather large number, statistically speaking. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you add 30% to a subject sample, that's going to skew your results, will it not? I mean, this is pretty simple math, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit A36.
We're not gonna be here at 2 a.m. We got a few minutes left. I have a babysitter that needs to go home.
Thank you, George.
This is A36. Have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
Okay, and this is a letter dated August 22nd, 2013. Is that
Yes, it
accurate?
is.
And it is to you,
Yes,
correct?
it is.
From David Ledoux. And who is David Ledoux again?
He's the director of the Property Tax Division, Maine Revenue Services.
Okay, so this occurred after Mike Rogers had issued his report, correct?
I'm sorry?
This occurred after Mike Rogers had completed his report. Is that correct?
And prior to us receiving Michael's report, yes.
Yes, but Mike had finished his report when this letter was written. Is that correct?
Right, Mike finished his report August 5th, 2013. We received it August 23rd, 2013. This letter is dated August 22nd, 2013.
All right, so the letter is after Mike Rogers had completed his report.
Right, prior to us receiving his report.
Okay, I'm going to call your attention to the second paragraph. Why don't you read that second paragraph out loud to the board, please? It begins MRS's review, if you would.
Okay. Rob, should I read this? Or?
Yes, please.
Rob, should I read this?
Sure. Go ahead.
MRS review was limited to an analysis of the arm's length sales transactions that occurred during a specified period in assessed values for the waterfront and water influence properties. The sales transactions were compared to the adjusted assessed values as well as the assessed values before adjustment. We have diligently reviewed the results of the 2012 land valuation increases specifically related to the subset of waterfront and water influence properties. Based on our analysis, we determined that further investigation by the state tax assessor is unwarranted.
Okay, so basically he says we've investigated and we're done investigating.
Objection. It says what it says.
All right, well, the board can make its own
It
determination.
says what it says.
Yes, it does. It does say that further
Well,
investigation.
the best thing to do is just ask the next question. I don't think we need to have an objection or rule this out of order. I think the
Okay.
board can interpret.
All right, fair enough. Why don't you read the next paragraph out loud? Or actually, the first sentence of the next paragraph.
This was not a comprehensive review of all property record information of the individual properties within the waterfront and water influenced area to determine the accuracy of the information used for the individual residential assessment.
All right, thank you. Now, I noticed from your CV that you are also the assessor currently since 2000 for the town of Cumberland. Is that correct?
I am no longer the assessor for Cumberland as of June 10th of this year, but I am still assisting the town of Yarmouth with their commitment and appeals process.
Okay, so town of Cumberland, where it says August 2000 present, is August 2000 to 2013, July of 2013. Is that correct?
Right.
Did you notice did the recession hit Cumberland? property values?
The recession hit Cumberland, we saw a loss, again, the timing of our revaluation in Cumberland was 2008. Between 2008 and 2010, townwide, we lost approximately 10% in property valuation, not on the waterfront. What we saw was a limited number of sales on the waterfront, but our overall valuation of waterfront remained unchanged.
Okay, in the town of Yarmouth, did the recession impact Yarmouth?
It didn't. Our last reval there was did it impact? Yes. Our last reval was in '03. Our assessment ratio never dropped below 85%.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay. Rob, any redirect at all?
Bill, you've been provided with Exhibit 836 in these proceedings.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us a little bit of background in terms of the discussions that you had with representatives of Maine Revenue Services in regards to what's been marked in this proceedings as T10, and also any comments you might have about what's been marked as A36?
Can I give personal opinion on this, or?
No, you just
Okay.
tell us what you found out when
Okay.
you talked to Maine Revenue Services and when you asked for the report, and tell us about if there were difficulties in getting the report.
It was very difficult to get the report that was supposedly completed August 5th, 2013. We vehemently requested that we have it by the original hearing date of August 19th, and we did not get it. Discussions with members of the office at Maine Revenue Services indicated that it was being held up, and that we were not going to get it without possibly making a FOIA request.
And when you say FOIA, what's that, Bill?
Freedom of Information Access. It was ultimately, the person I received it from was a communications director for the administration of the state of Maine, not from Maine Revenue Services. This document that was provided was completely invalidated by the report we received the next day, in my opinion.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
This document dated August 22nd by the director of Maine Revenue Services was completely invalidated by the report we received the next day through the administrator's communications director.
And when you say invalidated, what do you mean, Bill?
The generalities in this document didn't get anywhere near the detail that was in the report that we had been waiting for. When I first read it, I just looked at it and went, no, I'll stay away from personal opinion, but the detail that we got the next day was much more detailed.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay. We're going to take it's about 11 o'clock, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we need to just talk a little bit about as far as time management goes, and it's getting into the wee hours, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. As we reconvene here, we feel it's best, since the lateness of the hour here, 11:10, and the kind of the natural break that we've had here, we've had the assessors have an opportunity to present their case with being cross-examined. I think it's probably a good time to, a natural time to break in it anyway. And I think so the best course outline is to find a new date to come in quickly, if possible, to finish up Attorney Schumedine's case and have time for cross on that. So I think it's probably best and fair to parties to do that, take a break now. It's getting late to everybody. So if we could take out your calendars, and we know that October 8th would work for this board. So we need to see if it would work for those out there.
I'm sorry, Tuesday, October 8th?
That would be Tuesday, October 8th.
George doesn't have his calendar with him, I don't. Do you have it in the car? Or?
I got my phone out there. Hopefully it's on it, but the 8th is a possibility, but I can't guarantee it. I'll have to check.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting. John Block and I represent the folks from Cross Connect. Before you're asking about a continuance.
Certainly do.
We're set for the 15th. We are pleased to meet our date on the 15th for you folks for this.
Thank you very much for putting that in play.
Well, maybe what we can do, I am free on both days, so maybe we can schedule it for the 8th, and I can check with George tomorrow and let the board know that if that will work, and if it won't work, then hopefully the 15th will work as a backup date.
I'd prefer the 15th.
You prefer the 15th?
Yes, if you can.
Okay.
Well, I'm willing to do that too, I just.
Well, let's, Rob, Paul, well, how about your schedules as they line up here?
We had 15th already, as Attorney Dale
Correct.
indicated, scheduled.
8th?
8th, I think, is open at this point. Bill, are you available on the 8th? That's my unknown. I think
yes.
Paul is.
Both dates work for me.
And the other thing is, Mrs. Strong, you've been very patient from here twice, and we want to get you. I mean, I understand that you're leaving on the 10th or so there to go somewhere warm, I hope. So we'd like to get you in the 8th before, no matter what, just so we can hear your case, and yeah. So maybe we could have you come in on the 8th. It'd be the only agenda item, so hopefully it wouldn't take too long, not till 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, and then we could do on the 15th, we could reconvene and have,
Well, actually, George was scheduled to be on here on the 15th anyway.
I'm expert on the 15th, so it's not,
So the 15th works for us.
I'm gonna be here, thank you.
So we know the 15th.
so you know that works.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
there you go.
Okay.
Okay, and then we thank you too, and we will, I think probably at maybe at the October 8th meeting, we'll figure out a date. If you can send us some dates that work for you guys, so we'll push you somewhere back into November. Fair enough?
Can we start at 6 again?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes,
On Tuesday?
yeah. So that would be, we will have 7 o'clock.
Do we want to start at 6 or the 8th?
No, because you can't make it at 6 on
I
the 8th.
can't make it at 6 on the 8th.
We will have it at 7 p.m. on October 8th for you, Mrs. Strong, okay? And on October 15th, we will convene at 6 p.m. to finish up, you John? Okay. Does everyone have that,
And we're moving this to the 15th?
This is to the 15th.
This is to the 15th, one we're hearing today. Mrs. Strong, which will be at 7 PM on the 8th.
I just wanted to ask a housekeeping thing of Tracy. Do you feel you have all the exhibits that were discussed? If you don't, this would be a good time to, if you're missing one or you think, go ahead, ask
Do
the
that.
editor.
You can do that after the hearing closed too, Darrell, we're happy to go through it with her.
Yeah, it's important to keep this record clean, and, you know, we can talk afterwards, go through that. Just make sure everything is safely in the record for both sides.
Right.
October 8th and 15th.
Okay. Thank you all for being here and hanging out, and we will, close the hearing.